Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads and bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key Mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key Mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution, providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, Our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Thursday morning in Lagos City, rainy morning, but we're glad to be here this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me this morning is
Destiny Mama.
It's a really rainy morning. How do you feel today?
Whoa, Liz, can you still hear?
I can hear. But you know the thing with the work we do is the show goes on regardless. It goes on. No one will believe the kind of morning we've had. No excuses. But I mean, for the people that were on the road right now trying to make it to the offices and whatnot, they're in
I just
for
pray they don't get
a very
drenched.
turbulent time. Really, if you have to make it to public transportation or whatever.
I think that this is
it's gonna be
December
crazy.
the 10th, 11th, and then it's dropping cats and dogs.
A lot of things have changed,
right?
with respect to the weather these days, the climate.
You would
seems
never
like
ever see
by
rain.
now would we be seeing rain on a normal day?
You would never ever imagine seeing rain on a day like this. What you imagine is the Hamilton season, and we've not even felt that Hamilton breeze. Not at all. That
I think
chill.
on the what do we call it? Is it the countryside?
Yeah.
It's a little bit. You're feeling that dryness because when I went to Ikorodu, the air was a bit dry,
okay.
you know, Amatanish. But I think
And
because
it should be
we're in
cold as well.
urban area, everything is, so we're not feeling it.
Are you
And maybe
serious?
also in the village, maybe, I don't know, just maybe.
Okay, you're trying to say that like places that are not really, affected by hustle and bustle.
Yes.
Wow.
Very
Ikorodu is a very busy place. So if you ask me,
No,
here
but
in
it's
Lagos.
but it's also, it's kind of like I don't know. It's not.
It's still a little bit mild
It's
compared
developing,
to.
yes.
All right, but then again, it's December. We want to enjoy the December.
I think December. That's why I put it on red. That's the Christmas Christmas feeling. Have you decorated?
I've already started feeling that Christmas vibe. Passing along passing along the civic center.
Absolutely.
It's a
Have
whole
you
lot of
decorated?
good decoration. I'm a very lazy decorator, if you ask me. Like, I don't really see it as something, as a thing, but I admire it when I see it. But then, what I usually do is something very mild. You just see like a sticker, a Christmas sticker, hanging somewhere, and but because of children, sometimes you really want to do the decoration, but I'm not one with that vibe. Trust me. How about you?
Well, I think that. If you know, I like the fine things of life. I like to be finicky and all of that. I mean, I like the fine things of life, so I'm open to decorating. But personally, I think in the future, as I have like my family, start a family and all of that, I'll take more time to do all of that. But I mean, I grew up in a home where that was the order of the day, like December 1st, my mom has set up everything, so I'll definitely make that a thing. Oh yes, and I think that's a lost art.
Christmas cards. But now these days, you have.
I think it's a lost art these days. Now you're seeing ampers, so the way things change, it changes with what's now. With the economic climate, if you're giving someone a card now, if you give me a card, I'm going to appreciate it. So I'm just saying, but people are thinking, I beg, there's no food. Like I need ampers, I need this thing.
A lot of ampers are going around. Like people are lucky to have them, right?
Yes.
But I was in the shop recently, sometime last week, and I was trying to get something from it. It's a foreign shop, and I saw this lady. I was like, Madam, you're just packing. I see you buying palm slippers, buying this, buying that. She said, well, it's Christmas season and I and my husband and the children, we exchange gifts. And this was like, whoa, this sounds so good.
I think you should do it.
As a family, you share gifts. You don't wait until you go outside. You enjoy the moment.
Yeah, I think you should do it. Keep something under the mistletoe and all of do that. Justin, for your just say you have something. So I have a friend here, Oluchi. We used to do the morning show together. Oluchi is very big on Christmas. So from October, she's literally set up Christmas. Our house is a Christmas. It's literally a Father Christmas haven. When you go to her house, you love it in there. She's moved now. She's in Canada, but she's already sent me a house. October, she had already set up. She was so Christmas. She even puts on a Christmas cap, like to work from every
now.
day. So some people take this thing really extra, but I think it just adds to the festivity of the season. But anyway, let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Quite a number of things on the show today. Obviously, we'll see the headlines. We'll definitely also see what we have on the Business Morning with you, Destiny. We also have the big story, of course, at 10 a.m. And then we'll see what's going on the social media streets at 10:30. So that's going to be a very packed show for us today. But first, let's see what's on the headlines this morning. Rep summon CBN governor over non-remittance of 5.2 trillion naira surplus, 11 trillion naira revenue. Tinubu blows hot over slow implementation of security emergency. State-owned airlines ignite price war, slash fares on secondary route. Ghana's economy grew 5.5% in third quarter of 2025. Those are some of our headlines this morning. I will definitely get into the details of this as we see what we have on the front page of the papers in a bit. But quite a number of things are happening. You know, looking at the state-owned airlines igniting their price war with slashing fares on secondary routes, and also Tinubu blowing hot over slow implementation of security emergency. Those are some of the headlines this morning. But I think for me, you wanted to say something?
No, I just saw the air hike thing making the rounds, and a lot of people are not really happy about it. You know why? You know, because we all know the state of insecurity in the country, traveling by road, and kidnapping has actually metamorphosed, and so why is the other alternative that will keep people safe not even cooperating with the people? Talking about the price hike in aviation, like aviation travels, it's too high. It's too high. I'm seeing 400,000, 500,000, like from Warri to Lagos. Or do you understand? From Lagos
you literally add 200,000 and you're out of the country.
I'm telling you. So what is happening? What is happening? No, the Minister, Festus Keyamo, has to tell us what is going on. What is going on? Because a lot of people have started saying that perhaps there's a cooperation between kidnappers and aviation sector, or insecurity and aviation sector, and it's trying to endanger Nigerians. Do you understand?
So they can then hike their increase airfares.
When people say things like this, you tend to wonder, why are they doing this? But then when you just stop and think, and then you realize, well, wait a minute, this is actually not getting even any easier at all. Trying to say that, okay, no, look at me, I want to travel now. Maybe I want to travel with my children, and then how much am I going to be budgeting for that? Traveling. Do you understand? Interstate traveling. I'm not talking about going abroad or something. Interstate traveling. Why am I paying so much? And now even the senators and the government officials are actually concerned right now, because they're going to pay for their wives, they're going to pay for their children, their relatives, you
name it,
constituencies, so to speak, and
it's crazy.
And that is when they're talking about it. It is not fair. Something has to happen. Nigerians are not so buoyant to say that. Look, people are suffering.
Back in the day, I remember back in the day when I was, teenager, you have family members, my sister, my aunties, traveling out of the country to the UK. The price for fares, the airfares, tickets, price for ticket that they were making use of to travel out of the country is what we're now paying to get to Abuja.
It's even higher.
It's higher, right?
It is higher.
What we're now paying, maybe times 2 to get to Abuja. It's actually ridiculous that now within the country, and how many people, that's literally the averagely in Nigeria, right? Apparently, I hear that some research and survey shows that it's about maybe 2% of people that Nigerians that actually earn above 500,000.
Okay.
So that's,
I can imagine.
So think about the fact that if you now want to travel out of your state, Lagos state or whatever state, you're actually paying more than that. So that tells you that on an average, it's only maybe 2% of Nigerians that can actually afford to.
And what are we paying that amount for? For
ridiculous.
aircraft that are like 30 years old and do you understand, have been maintained from like 1970 something
And then
to
you
this
eat
point. And then
pili.
what is going on? What is going on? Is it a question of paying for tear-rubber airplanes? Even if you're paying for tear-rubber airplanes,
that shouldn't
be the case.
Conversation.
So what's up with aviation fuel? Is there something about it that we're not hearing? What's actually going on?
Well, those are conversations we'll just have to keep talking about on our TV channel right here on Business Day Television. And as journalists, we have to just keep speaking truth to power. We have to keep calling out the aviation sectors and all the sectors that need to be called out. And hopefully hope that something is done. But we'll take a quick break and be right back for the newspaper review in a bit. Just stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. Oh God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is the newspaper review segment. We'll see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning, starting off with the Business Day paper. On the front page of the Business Day paper this morning, it says, land they work, but they can't own. Story of Nigerian women farmers. Interesting. And then, speaking about coups, says, sit tight leaders. Insecurity deepens with West Africa. Insecurity deepens West Africa's democratic crisis. And then still on the front page of the papers, on page 30, says Nigeria's 300 A1 startups train models abroad due to infrastructure gap. It says 100 megawatt AI data center to cost $1.1 billion findings. This is on page 30 of the papers this morning. And on page 31 of the paper, it says Lagos takes private capital to fund ambitious transport policies. Those are the top stories this morning on the papers. But let's talk about perhaps the coup or Nigeria's 300 AI startups train models abroad due to infrastructure gap. Mr. Mo.
Good morning, ladies. Thank you for having me. I think I heard your panthers. That was quite good. I think it's high time we called out the aviation players, stakeholders. In fact, the National Assembly members yesterday were really ranting. I know someone that bought ticket yesterday. The person is actually paying charges alone about 58,000 naira.
Right.
I'm serious. They goes to Abuja. Instead, within Nigeria travel.
Yeah.
Total, we have been looking about 258,000, 300,000. I don't know what can explain that. Yeah, Dirty December is a peak period and things like that. But I think it is good. The National Assembly has summoned the Minister of Aviation to come and provide this justification.
Exactly.
Perhaps that's actually touched them as well. See what is really happening.
I was telling you, right?
So,
I said because you have to pay a lot of
almost was about 300,000. That's the person paid yesterday where it was. They were just trying to be able to book a ticket. I'm not sure if it's right. So that's the cheapest. There are others that are even Abuja for 450,000 now within this period. And so it is really unimaginable. It is exorbitantly prohibitive for a lot of people to go into it. But I'm sure with the National Assembly, wading into it now, perhaps we'll likely do because I believe it's the reason that is not unconnected to the frenzy of the December period. I told you about the movies, about the shows, for example. The average ticket shows now to people to attend Ashake or Davido, for example, now the minimum is 250,000.
And it's crazy because that's so much salary.
A lot of people.
I was trying to be able to look at that. This was the same thing we pay for.
No, I don't think a lot of people go.
For standing, the usual pop culture. Maybe 25,000 last year.
So
I don't know what brought that shift. You understand now? The way I'm sure because of Dirty December, the kind of money they saw last year.
So they
pay, perhaps that's what made blame. I want to believe so anyway. The amount of money that trickled down from the IJGBs last year, maybe that was what was like. No way, Nigerians are not to pay this. The people that we actually target. I was talking to our entertainment editor here on Monday, Anthony, to ask him what is it. And he said we're actually there at the press conference of Private, and they were like, they are not really looking for, in quotes, horse, because they tend to be able to have targeted audience. To be able to pay some that amount. Because the question that you'll be able to ask is, I think Deb mentioned this here, and I think I really be able to talk into that. To say that the main pop culture of this event, if you go to them, it is not that standing. Those are the ones given the necessary ginger. They are the ones given that vibe. Not the 1% of the 1% that are that are just within their queen, maybe the table of 5. Those ones that are actually doing standing, and they're not paying almost 150,000 now for that particular purpose. So you can be able to imagine the domino effect,
so
the ripple effect of all these things. So I'm sure the aviation was also like, okay, it's our own time to take a bite of the cherry. I want to believe maybe that could be the reason.
But guess what?
I'm just assuming that could be the reason.
You are assuming that okay, they because of the money that they got from Dirty December, from the I just got back and all of that. But let me tell you what. Even they just got back, they're shining their eyes now because they have, the liquid, they're spending dollars and then they want to spend. But the truth is, because at the end of the day, you still need money. You need to have money. Do you understand? You need to take care of your family. These are people that also give to their family members. They are taking care of their family. Because I have a friend who just got back as well. I was telling you this. And on Monday, I'm going to mention Monday is Obi's house. That's like something that everyone goes to. And I just got back, usually go for it. It's always expensive,
Right from time.
No, it's expensive every Monday. Every Monday. It's Groove, it's at Hard Rock, it's beautiful, DJs come and all of that. But then he told me it was going on Monday and I'm like, that's the money. But then I'm like, I remember that, we're not the same.
Just got back.
But then you got there. And when they told him that the table for 3 people, I think 500, and he was like, why am I doing that? Not like he cannot pay it, but
I feel like
so people. I'm saying that people are being introspective now. Like, okay, so then what's the point? So then it's like, okay, wait, for me to just see DJs perform at the extent, like it's not even sure if they're going to give drinks. Do you understand? If it's 500K,
just for
it's covered. Drinks are covered. So he was like, nah, I will pass. So then I texted him. I'm like, so why are you? I said he's left. Like, doesn't think it's a good idea. I was like, well, I told you. But it's not like he didn't have the money. So I'm saying that's one person. That's understandable. So many people are reviewing this and like, why are we doing this? So I feel that this might be
people that are depending on them. That if they give them this money,
would have gone a long way.
People are having everything now. People are having everything. Why would you say how can Ashake, I love Ashake, I love his music, fantastic performer. How can you now say
300,000?
300,000? How much are people earning? Do you understand? Because the people that are coming for your event, an Ashake artist, an Ashake fan is a regular person. How much is the penny earning in a month? They cannot. So are you studying? Do you understand? Are you studying? Don't you like your fans anymore?
Outgrowing the hypes and all of that.
Because fans are not the old money people that can easily just pay that money. So what's your plan?
What went into it? Just because of the aggression. So what went into it to them? We really need to be able to go back. I just like to be able to portray what Lee said. Nobody said is the fact that the reason why that frenzy was everywhere last year was because of the unstable exchange rate.
Okay.
A little $1 there, in fact, at the time was almost like 1,009, going to almost like 2,000. So they bring little amount of dollars, they're able to get plenty amount. And a lot of them can afford to, throw it out there. Yeah. But this time around, there's an element of stability in the exchange rate. So then to have to, I'm talking about the IDGBs now, who is actually their target. Because by January, we are taking the stock of the amount that was spent in Nigeria's economy. Lagos economy alone in 30 December last year was unimaginable. We're talking about close to about 70 billion was actually said in December, 30 December alone. Between 15 and 70 billion was the amount from the IDGB spent on this Lagos economy. So you can imagine the multiplier effect of that. But I'm not really trying to be able to see that here this time around. Because of exchange rate to be stable, some of the government policies have actually tried to be able to make it a bit predictable. So, but perhaps they want to latch on the glory of last year, and that's why they're actually coming up with some of the.
Well, let's see how that is, because I think that there's an opportunity here, because where they're challenging the opportunities, because what I'm now seeing is will I call them indie brands? Now, there are lots of events this season now, so I'm seeing so many of these events, 15,000, 10,000. So I think that they are making opportunity, because if I see Ashake's concert, I would have loved to 300. Let me go for this one Shakara party, this one 15, 10,000. Then do you understand? See, if I have money to blow, because obviously in December, well, we want to have the best time.
That's more than
because an average, maybe somebody that even has liquid,
of course,
maybe an average, maybe that person is even saying they want to spend 300 for the entire week. So I'll go to swim at movies. Listen, I'll go to there's so many movies.
Events. These are the times that they make their money. These are the times that event planners, event security people, these are the times they make their money. Trust me, these are the times they save for a lot of things, for their children's fees, for house rent. And I'm telling you, away from what we're saying, right? So now
I've been digressing. Like, are we going to see what we have on the front page of the paper?
I felt like I shouldn't give my voice to what the ladies had during the podcast.
Thank you.
But I think we'll start with the land issue you talk about, which is the budget report that just came out about agriculture as the major employer of labor in Nigeria. In fact, women are contributing so much to agriculture, but it would be counterintuitive, or it would be ironical for you to know that most of the lands that the women work on, they don't own them.
Yeah.
So that's actually the question about our papers today. That especially in places like Benue, especially in the north central, some part of the southeast, you will see that it's one like as if you just hired them, despite the fact that they constitute a larger portion of the demographic employed in agriculture. They don't own those things, and that is the question. It's more like saying this popular mentality of baboon is actually working and the monkey is chopping. But that's exactly the way it is. At least it's even worse in some states. Maybe Lagos, that is not economically, strategically locations like Lagos, where women ownership of land, thinking about that, is less than 1%. Women ownership of agricultural land. From there, Ogun State is about 1.1%. So budgets presented in reports to us to show that we have a large number of women working now in agric, but you find out that a whole lot of them don't own those lands. So it's more or less just contracted to them. So there's a need for us to change that narrative. So if they could actually be able to contribute so much into be able to provide that for us, there is a need for us to at least be able to reverse that trend, And I think that's actually what our headline story is. So people should read it and you'll be able to get a lot of insight. But we're able to break it down to see, of course, budget presented that, but we're actually able to report it to give a clear perspective as to another important area that government needs to look at and policy to be able to reverse that trend. The other one is the issue of the coup. I think you heard about the coup as well.
Yeah.
the coup trend. We've seen that already. I think we spoke about that on Tuesday with Liz and them.
We did speak about it, yeah.
So remember, 8 of them has happened. And it is sending a whole lot of signals to other African leaders that this is a time for you not to sit tight. Now, if you remember, the leader of the putshists, the leader of the coup planets in Benin, for example, Pascal Tigris, he mentioned 3 reasons why they launched the attack.
Yeah.
Whether it is justified or not, but I think it builds on this. Sometimes look at the message. Forget about the messenger. The message themselves, look at it. The first thing he cited was bad governance, which is a common indices in the whole of West Africa. Maybe Africa as a whole, perhaps.
Yeah.
But West Africa sound as a shining light in terms of bad governance, because you will see sit-tight syndrome, a president that wanted
that similarities in their
across
governing
board.
patterns.
Himself, Patrice Talon, remember, he was trying to be able to initiate third-term agenda and then increase. Normally in Benin, it's a 2-term of 5 years. Those that one is 2 terms of 4 years. They're only 2 terms of 5 years. He's supposed to be able to finish that by 2027, and he has already started initiation of third term. So now increase it to 3 terms or 7 years. You can even imagine. That's what he was planning. He's almost succeeding at their own equivalent of National Assembly, like the legislature, just to become a law, and then perhaps we just contest again and we want for 7 years. So the military cited that.
Wow.
They cited that. Issue about bad governance, perhaps legitimate excesses of power. So but might not be because he's a democratically elected president too. So what he simply did was just to pass it as a law, let it become like a law, just like we want to do in Nigeria too.
Right.
And then the next thing is we just give the advantage. He's a state president. We just contest again and we win. We do another 7 years. If he wins that again, who knows? He might just want to do another first term. We just say it is constitutionally provided for. And that is the way it is spreading around. Go to Guinea-Bissau, Umaru Mbalo. In fact, when the election just took place in Guinea-Bissau, November 25, when he saw that the result was not going his way, he called his military friend to take over the government from him. A president in Guinea-Bissau, that was what he did. And he ran up because he said, instead of me giving this power to another person, I would rather allow the military to come in. That's Guinea-Bissau. The one that happened before Benin on Sunday, that was November 28th or thereabout.
It's not what happened there.
In Guinea-Bissau, yes. President Jonathan was telling us. President Jonathan was stuck in the process. It wasn't the joke in Guinea-Bissau. They were expecting the result to be announced. The election result to be announced.
His military friends come
so
take
he knew
over.
that the result was not going in his favor. He just called them and they took over. And now the military is taking over Guinea-Bissau. And that's why, so you can go to some of these excesses, that most African leaders, we also say that if it is not me, then it can never be him, that kind of a thing. Those tendencies are there. We've witnessed it right now. And other countries should not. And that's exactly what the story you read there. There is a need for us to ensure we tighten our belt.
From the takeovers of the other nations.
Other nations. That's
the
incumbent by Umaru Mbalo himself.
Oh my God.
That's the president, the God of Umaru Mbalo in Guinea-Bissau. And then, fine, we have Mali has witnessed 2 military coups in the last 5 years. Burkina Faso has witnessed 2. A military takeover, that military takeover for that military, you understand now?
Yeah.
You're having those cases, that's in those 2 cases. It has happened in Guinea, we've seen Nigeria.
And then we're putting pressure in some,
maybe there is a need to
some other friends of theirs in West Africa.
What is that Burkina Faso is
Not
doing?
my mouth.
What's that Burkina Faso is doing? Because we've seen that. But the question there is, bad governance. We think we need to check that so that it will not be able to give them the impetus. We want them to be able to have, this is the reason why we want to take over the government. Of course, the next will be insecurity, insecurity, because the terrorist ring, have taken a jolt on West Africa. The African leaders need to do something about that. And more importantly as well, about legitimacy. So I think there's a need for us to be able to reverse that, to get a whole grip of the situation. Because just like what Destiny said, most of them too, especially with Russian influence, I think we spoke about this. In Burkina Faso, what happened between that Monday and Tuesday? Remember, one of our airplanes, our IC-310 airplane, was grounded in Burkina Faso. In fact, they had So because I think we passed through their airspace, and they said it was an illegal operation. Even though the Nigerian military came out to say the plane was not even going to Benin Republic, it was actually going to Portugal. Another thing entirely. So but they were saying that because Burkina Faso directly were given a hand to the coupists in Benin Republic. Burkina Faso is very close to Benin, just like ourselves as well. So we have a lot of questions to ask. We are closer to Benin.
And they're also doing a lot of check on their insecurity because they're not too sure and they feel like their government is under attack.
So that's the reason is we Nigerian government, Burkina Faso is under military rule as well. Now they even created, they are pulled out of ECOWAS. The three of them, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Guinea, and Mali, they pulled out. They formed their, we call it Alliance of Sahel States. Like instead of ECOWAS now, because remember when Niger happened, That was the time the president just came in 2023.
Yeah.
The J, if you remember.
Right.
The very first thing our president mentioned was the fact that we will not give support to. And then we heard they went on all tirade. Yeah, no, like what concern Nigeria with our matter, blah, 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 things like that. So by January this year, the 4 of them pulled out of ECOWAS because they were not recognized. You know, President Tinubu insisted they would never be recognized and as such. So they decided to form their own alliance. So in that, invariably, they are trying to be able to influence other nations. Maybe said, just like we talk about Benin Republic now, trying to see how military can also take over in all those other places. So that's why it's more or less like a face-off between us now, the Anglophone countries, the English-speaking ones, that is still under democratic government, and most of all these Sahel states that are under military rule. So it is another serious battle right now. We're trying to be able to downplay it. They too came out to be able to, I mean, the Assimi Goïta, who is the president of Mali, is the military leader of Mali, and at the same time is the head of that alliance that they formed. It was one that mentioned that the Nigerian plane was flying over their airspace without permission and things like that. So even though we'll be able to mention that, of course, the plane was actually not going to Nigeria, Benin Republic, rather the plane was actually going to Portugal. There are a lot of issues, you know, dynamics around that, but African leaders, we need to check it before this spate of military coups, before it fizzles.
Before it gets out of hand.
Almost like you see how those are falling already. If the Republic has succeeded now, that would make it the 8th. Can imagine. Out of how many countries? We have like about 15 countries or 16 countries.
Okay, but real quick, let's also talk about Nigeria's AI startups. Industry. It says Nigeria's 300 AI startups train models abroad due to infrastructure gap. That's still on the front page of BusinessDay paper this morning. And it goes on to say 100 megawatts AI data center to cost $1.1 billion. And this is according to findings.
Of course, I mean, you know, one important downside of AI acceleration is the amount of power it consumes. It is energy consuming. It takes a whole lot of energy. In fact, where it is domiciled in the world today, the AI power center is in Kazakhstan, yes. And if you know, in fact, I'm sure most of all these open AI sources, most of them have to actually be paying a certain amount to the Kazakhstan government, the domiciled, yes, for you to know. So the same thing applies to Nigeria. Most of our models now, they have to train them abroad because, in fact, we are still battling with to be able to take off from maybe 5,000 or 6,000 megawatts. We're talking about an electricity that we're talking about, you know, in the terms of gigawatts to be able to power most of these AI centers. You know, as much as we're trying to be able to scale, we're trying to be able to bring AI home into Nigeria, we may not be able to have the available power there to power those things, especially at the scale we are talking about. And that is, I think, that finding, that study I just be able to mention, put out there. To say, so most of the Nigerian innovators right now have to be able to take it abroad. Most especially, as I said, Kazakhstan and Sweden. Where, in fact, some other countries as well, when their electricity cannot be able to power it, just take it there to train their models, develop it there, and then bring up the final product back home. And then, so I think it's a big challenge. Globally, it's not in Nigeria. I can be able to mention that, yes, it's a very, very big challenge. Infrastructure gap. Maybe ours can actually be on the extreme because of, you know, we're still struggling to still be able to put at least electricity for domestic usage. Is still a very big, it's still a bit of a challenge to people. But most of what these innovators are complaining about that, you know, not being able to train their model locally here. And the implication of that is just, so it's like more or less like, just like we're talking about crude oil those days. You import the crude oil, you export, you know, you can be able to imagine the cost. That would be a double cost. Something that could have been done here, right? So before you're able to take it over there, develop it, train the model, bring it back, they will be able to add to the cost. And that may actually be able to make AI adoption. And AI accessibility will be difficult for most Nigerians.
Wow. Let's move on now and see what we have on the front page of the Punch paper this morning. Today, the Thursday, 11th of December. The big story on the front page of the Punch paper this morning says federal government pushes for 17.8 trillion naira new loans to finance 2026 budget. This is on page 2 of the Punch. It says borrowing jumps 72% as revenue dips by 8.6 trillion naira. Debt servicing to go up nearly half of 2026 earnings. This is on page 2 of the Punch paper this morning. Still on page 2 of the Punch, on the top left-hand side of the Punch paper this morning, says PDP chaos. Wike Makinde forces revive war over INEC's nod. 30 state chairman, NAS, heavyweight rally behind Turaki's leadership. On page 7 of the papers, it says federal government opens diplomatic talks with Burkina Faso over detained aircraft and soldiers. On page 12 of the papers, ECOWAS court, Nigeria tops countries ignoring judgment. On page 14 of the papers this morning, it says Senate screens more ambassadorial nominees. On page 12 of the papers, Oshun 2026, Adeleke confident of victory after Accord ticket win.
Wow.
Still on page 12 of the papers, it says alleged fraud. Ex-Minister Stella Odua arraigned, barred from foreign trips. Oh, wow. On page 7 of the papers this morning, it says U.S. Congress panels talk tough over Nigeria IDP crisis. Which of the stories do we want to?
Okay, thank you. I mean, let me just be able to jump on them bit by bit. So maybe I would like you to start from the budget, the banner, the front, the headline that actually be able to have there.
The main headline.
The main headline there. Thank you. So the budget last week Wednesday was when the MTEF.
Okay.
The MTEF is the medium-term expenditure framework. It's a 3-year plan that will show us what government plans to achieve as far as the economy is concerned in the next 3 years. So the federal government approved it to the FEC, Federal Executive Council, between 2026 and 2028. So it is from that FEC, it's from that MTEF, every annual budget will now be prepared. You say, this is the goal we want to achieve. This is the inflation level we are trying to target. This is the amount of the amount of crude oil that we're going to be able to produce. So we saw the MTEF last week, but at least by now we are now having an inkling of what 2026 budget will look like. Even though 2025 budget will still run likely till September next year. Remember, I think we spoke about that. 70% of the capital part of the budget has not been implemented. So they have to spill it over to next year. And so likely both of them will be running side by side.
Yeah. Too far.
The 2024 budget, we just ended it in August.
Oh wow,
yes.
That's why.
So they were running side by side. It is always permissible. You want 2024 budget to be running side by side with 2025 budget. We just finished implementing 2024 August this year. So, and that's why the government is not in haste to quickly want to be able to send the budget to National Assembly. If you may recall, my ladies, during Jonathan Buhari's time, Buhari came up with the idea of the ZBB, zero-based budgeting, which is we'll be running January to December. By January 1, the president will sign the budget. Buhari did that. By December 31, whatever you have not spent, you return it back to the coffers. Request for another one for another January.
Wow.
But it seems like this government is trying to be able to move away from that. I mean, to the government. They started it in the first year, but from the second year in 2024 now, they're trying to be able to put things in order in their own way of doing things. So the January to December calendar cycle, budget cycle, is not working under the administration. And then, and this year alone, we have like about 3 budgets that we want to, just like I said, 2024 budget itself. There's a supplementary 2024 budget, and then the 2025 actual budget and 2025 supplementary budget. So those ones are still going to run till next year. So maybe that's why they are not in rush, because if otherwise, by now they should have sent the budget to National Assembly for them to debate, so that by December 31 or thereabout, National Assembly can pass and they can be signed into law 1st of January, which is usually tradition under Buhari. Before Buhari as well, it has been, you can sign the budget sometimes April, it can be April to March of the following year. So the cycle is always like that. But I think we're not having an idea as to what the deficit will be in this budget, which is what you read now for the 2026 budget. So by the time they actually be able to send it now, if you get to the budget office, there's a circular there. The government is trying to be able to, because I remember that was the story I sent to our premium story today. For those of you to go to our premium story to read it, but I did the breakdown analysis of the MTEF and FSP. You understand now? That was what we just be able to send to the editor for publishing our premium page to do a deep examination. We call it like tracking the numbers. Let's look at those numbers. What do they mean for job? What does it mean for inflation? What does it really mean for inclusive growth? So I'm sure the story is actually there. But now we are getting an idea as to what the deficit will be. But remember, please, Destiny, the deficit here, the plan is such that our revenue cannot meet up with the expenditure as of yet. So how do we make up for that deficit? We've got 3 ways that I need to mention. Either we go on taxes, which is likely to start in January, but the government cannot go. The government cannot go. Like, let's say, let us tax everybody. So the next thing we'll likely do is sales of assets, or the third one is the borrowing. We'll actually be able to do some borrowing as well. And that will likely jack up our borrowing again. I think we'll talk about that. Second one we talk about was Adeleke, the dancing governor. I don't know what I'm calling it.
Dancing governor.
Akopata has given them the ticket, and they've confirmed that he's the sole candidate. It was just cleared yesterday that will take that ticket.
Just a quick one for our viewers. Speaking of the budget and the premium story, if you've not subscribed to our premium Business Day premium, then you should subscribe to our Business Day premium. You heard from Mohammed speaking about the in-depth breakdown he has done on the, and you can only find that on our Business Day Premium. So please do well to subscribe to Business Day Premium. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. So I mean, you have a whole lot of insightful things I will do about the project. But I think I'll talk about Adeleke. Accord has given them the tickets. APC, because according to INEC, all parties must conduct primaries by December 15.
Wow.
That is INEC calendar. Ahead of a show election next year, July. So APC is conducting that one on Saturday. Right? I'm not sure that Liz read that because all of them met with the president yesterday. They're like about 13 candidates.
All right.
And APC. 8 of them stood down yesterday for a particular candidate. Other than but you were having their own panel on Saturday. PDP had their own last week, remember? That was what we were expecting.
Well, stepping down to Accord, is that a better choice of party?
Yeah, okay.
Anyway, he is the incumbent, so maybe he can and give power to the Accord party.
Maybe he can give them a little bit leverage
in that party.
Right.
But then again, anything is possible.
So Accord is a strong party in your state.
Is it?
Yes, it's a very strong party. The Olubadan of Ibadan now, you know him, Rashid Ladoja.
Right.
I finished from UI.
Okay.
So I tend to understand a little bit of Southwest politics because I'm also from here. So Accord is in fact, the way they used to call it, I think they have this form, they call it, just mention among the Ibadan people, they will tell you, just like I just talk about Labour Party, for example, in some places, it carries that weight. Outside Ibadan, may not be able to have that strength. But within or your state, Accord, even a state party, even a regional party, it's not popular in Lagos. It's not popular in Osun, like maybe just because of the government.
Now it's popular within that region of Ibadan.
Osun doesn't even have anything in Osun until the governor announced that he's joining them. But Oyo, it was the case in point because, just like I said, the President Olubadan now used that as a platform to run. We really get the ticket to PDP. So the governor was actually very, very circumspect enough.
Right.
We expected it to, remember it was from PDP. But because of the crisis affecting PDP at the moment, you have to be careful.
Yeah.
Because if you should pick the ticket, PDP has given the ticket to Adedamola. I'm not able to remember his name because he picked the ticket last week.
Okay.
But remember that there's a faction already. With that faction, if it gets to the Supreme Court, it might be a case where the party that you belong to was not recognized by the Supreme Court. So even if you now win the general election, for example, they might be able to turn out evidence. It happened in Zafara, they will say in Zafara that you cannot put something on nothing because the body, the side or the faction that conducted the primary was not recognized by law. As a result, even if you now win the general election, you just throw everything away. It happened in Bayelsa.
So
APC has won it.
PDP's relevance has actually gone
down. So the national crisis is affecting all the states.
Right.
So that's what the governor thought it was to say, if I should context all that deals with this present crisis, even if I eventually win the election, general election at the end of the day, the present internal scoreboard there could affect it at the court level.
Right.
And you just throw everything away. That's okay. Even though it is not a general election, the fact that what brought you in was flawed, they will just throw away everything. That one is Zafara like that. That's why APC lost everything there. They won the general election. But because there was a crisis at the state level, what you want that was not even considered.
So you basically think that it stands a good chance, because I was actually thinking that it would be perhaps moving to APC or something. That's what I was thinking.
I would think we might not be able to move there because there are a lot of gladiators already in APC.
Yeah, so he's going to somewhere
where it felt like I picked the tickets.
Okay.
That's one thing. Moving to APC,
strategic.
It's definitely not going to be possible. There are gladiators already there that have been fighting for this ticket for a long while. Olushoyi is there, so they cannot just come one day and just wake up and say, please give me the ticket of APC.
And he might have won the people's hearts even with this dancing thing. Who knows? Because sometimes we have shifting priorities.
The heart of the first lady.
Yes. But that's a story for another day.
Exactly.
Anyway, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning, because we are really out of time. A lot of stories on the front page of the paper, but let's see what we have in the cartoon of the day for Business Day. There you have it. See, bandits. Now there's a tree, and the tree has a tag. It says bandit, and then you see the bandit. It says, we are in trouble. That's the Nigeria fighter jet. And then you see the jet up there. Then the second one says, relax. We are not their problem. They are rushing to Benin Republic to quell a real threat. This is so true. Because we have an impending problem. And we are
diverted.
I don't know. Yeah, his name is no name.
Thank you very much.
But one of them.
One of our
cartoonists do an excellent job. But really, it just shows the shifting priorities of Nigeria.
The way Nigeria restored Patrice Talon back in Benin Republic within 5 hours. They are able to get
and not able to remove
in almost 20
little
years.
things called
almost 20 years.
What's almost
we started, Boko Haram started in 2009.
And look at the confidence.
We're almost going to 20 years into it now. And they are still saying it's still a battle. Yeah, people will come up with arguments, say, oh, because these ones are faceless. Those are, I mean, they're able to see themselves and fight on the battlefield.
Why try to be a hero?
Okay, outside of your
outside.
I mean, charity begins from home, right?
Exactly.
So I mean, it's actually a very good thing. They too are trying to be able to wake up from their slumber. They could provide a lot of reasons. You could talk about, I think Valentine mentioned, maybe no political will. Maybe there's some people that actually getting involved. But I think it's important that we call them to order. Yeah. So that if you can do this in Benin Republic in record time,
you can do it in Nigeria in record time. On that note, that's where we bring it to wraps on the newspaper review segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Business Morning with Destiny Momo. Do stay with us.
Good morning. You're still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. Now, this is the Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. Now, let's bring you the news in details. The House of Representatives has summoned the Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Olayemi Cardoso and other relevant agencies to appear before its Public Accounts Committee Tuesday, December 16, to explain the non-remittance of over 5 trillion naira operating surplus and 11 trillion naira government revenue. Now, this is sequel to a motion moved by Bamdeli Salam, chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, during plenary on Wednesday. Bamdeli informed that the Public Accounts Committee launched an investigation into the Auditor General's report of 2022 financial year and the administration of the remitter revenue collection system by the CBN, covering the period from 1 March 2025 to 30th April 2016. And according to reports, the investigation revealed the CBN undisputed liability of 5.2 trillion naira in unpaid operating surpluses due to the federal government of Nigeria for the years ended 2016 to 2022, which has remained unremitted to date. Now, the report also revealed the discovery of a migration discrepancy amounting to 2.6 trillion naira being outstanding and payable to the federal government assets recovery account. And meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu on Wednesday ordered Vice President Kashim Shettima, Nuhu Ribadu, National Security Advisor, Kayode Egbetokun, Inspector General of Police, and other relevant ministers to immediately take appropriate steps to actualize the directive. Now, this follows the President's concern on the slow implementation of the security emergency declared on November 26. And as part of the security emergency, the President had ordered the immediate withdrawal of police officers from very important personalities and the establishment of ranches to halt farmers' headers clashes, which have heightened insecurity across the country. Now, the President, who expressed his disappointment over the slow implementation while speaking at the opening session of the Federal Executive Council meeting on Wednesday, reiterated his earlier instructions and directed the Vice President to engage with state governors on implementing the ranching directives. And Tinubu has also directed Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, Minister of Interior, to liaise with the IGP and the Civil Defense to structure and replace those police officers who are on special security duties in order not to leave people exposed. And still on, the recent inauguration of state-owned airlines across several Nigerian states has ignited competition on routes that were previously serviced by only one or two carriers. Now, this competition has forced down ticket prices, thereby expanding consumer choice, stimulating a latent demand among travel enthusiasts and generating employment opportunities. The Akwa Ibom government pioneered this initiative for the launch of Ibom Air, achieving milestones including substantial fare reductions on the Lagos-Akwa Ibom corridor, the upgrading of Akwa Ibom Airport, and the commencement of a state-of-the-art maintenance, repair, and overall facility. Now, this catalyst prompted a neighboring Cross River state to establish Kali Air in July 2021, and within a year, Enugu, Ogun, and Ebonyi states followed suit with their own aviation ventures. And now to end the news, Ghana's economy expanded by 5.5% year-on-year in the third quarter of 2025, driven by the improvement in the agriculture and service sectors. According to reports, the growth slowed from a revised 7.0% in the same period last year, dragged down mostly by the industrial sector that expanded by only 0.8%. And fishing and crop production lifted the growth in the agricultural sector to 8.6%, while the service sector, encompassing finance, insurance, trade, and education, grew by 7.6%. The country, which produces gold, oil, and cocoa, is emerging from its most severe economic crisis in decades, with the annual inflation rate dropping for the 11th consecutive month to 6.3% in November, and marking its lowest level since a rebasing exercise in 2021. All right, about now, let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will be discussing the first topic on our Business Morning segment. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Welcome back. Now you're watching Business Morning on the breakfast show of Business Day Television. And I'm moving on to our first conversation for today, talking about fintech innovations as it drives a new wave of financial inclusion across Africa. Right now, across Africa, a new wave of financial technology innovation is actually reshaping how millions access and use financial services. From digital payments to micro-lending platforms, fintech players are accelerating inclusion and even closing long-standing gaps in the continent's financial ecosystem. And right now, African cities and rural communities, smartphones and digital platforms are becoming powerful tools for economic empowerment. Once hindered by limited banking infrastructure, millions of Africans are now able to save, borrow, and even send money and even conduct businesses with ease, thanks to an explosion of fintech solutions. And from Nigeria to Kenya, South Africa to Ghana, innovators are leveraging mobile money, blockchain systems, digital identity tools, and artificial intelligence-driven credit, which is scoring to reach populations long ignored by traditional banks. Now, fintech is removing barriers that have existed for decades. People without bank accounts can now access microcredit, make payments, and even participate in the digital economy simply through their mobile devices. Now, in West Africa, startups are rolling out instant digital lending services for small businesses, helping traders secure working capital within minutes. In East Africa, mobile money platforms continue to dominate, powering everything from utility payment to savings group. Meanwhile, new cross-border payment solutions are making it easier for Africans to trade and receive remittances, reduce transaction costs, and speeding up settlement times. And now joining us this morning is most estimable Ruben Obasi. He is a fintech and financial inclusion enthusiast. Good morning, Ruben.
Good morning. How are you today?
So good to have you join us in Business Morning today. We finally have you. We looked forward to having you join us. So thanks for joining us this morning. Concerning artificial intelligence and financial inclusion, how is artificial intelligence improving access to financial services for underbanked and unbanked populations?
Yeah, thanks very much for that question. Innovations in fintech is really driving a lot of solutions in terms of including people in underserved communities across the globe as a whole, not just in Africa. But to answer your question, artificial intelligence and data analytics, I would say, has played a really crucial role in addressing this gap, especially in the area of what we call information asymmetry. So information asymmetry is more like an economic term that describes a situation where a party in a particular transaction has more or better information than the other relevant party. And because of this now, the party with more information tends to have undue, or would I say unfair advantage during the course of that transaction. And this often happens between banks and customers. So for example, you have high risk and low risk customers coming in to take loans. The bank want to be sure that they're doing things right, they're making the right decisions. But the customers, on the other hand, especially when you talk about those who are underserved, in underserved communities, do not have, say, records, maybe bank statements, or sufficient information for the bank to make a proper decision as to how much, for how long to give the loan, or even to give, if to give or not. So that is where the information asymmetry comes. So if you're a customer who is a high risk borrower, you may want to keep some information to yourself and not tell the bank, because if you tell the bank, they would most likely not give you the loan. So with that, the bank is more like in a black hole and depends more on whatever the customer tells them to make that decision as regards lending. But based on this now, you can lead to things like what we call advanced selection for the bank, such that they can increase their interest rate to capture potential defaults, right? And that will also affect those who are low-risk borrowers in that sense, or they can decide to stop lending altogether, which will still affect those who are low-risk borrowers. But with the advent of fintech and the use of AI and data analytics in this regard, this has really helped to close this gap. So that's what we now call credit scoring by means of what we call alternative data. So AI and machine learning algorithms or models can now be built and embedded into the lending platform, such that details such as utility bills, mobile phone usage, airtime usage, data usage, how you pay your rent, how frequently or daily you pay those rents, and all of these digital data, or alternative data as we call them, can be aggregated, synthesized, and analyzed to make or create what we call a credit risk profile. So that way the bank has some level of clarity as to who they are lending to, and not necessarily depending on the traditional or conventional way of getting information. And that creates a clear risk assessment, at least to a reasonable extent, and helps the bank make decision as to how much to lend and if to even lend at all, as the case may be. So this closing of that information asymmetry gap is a win-win situation for both the customer and the lenders, and that way the low-risk borrowers do not get to suffer for the actions of the high-risk ones, or for a lack of information.
What impact are artificial intelligence-driven credits, actually scoring models, having on small businesses and informal sector players?
Yeah, when it comes to SME is always the lifeblood of every economy, not just in Africa, but globally. They tend to form the larger number of in terms of employment opportunities. And by means of, the problem is, despite their huge impact, SMEs always have the challenge of accessing credit in the traditional banks. And for the reasons I mentioned earlier, poor record keeping, lack of credit score, no collateral, and so on and so forth, you can name them. But with fintech innovations now, fintech platforms can or have provided SMEs with crucial access to credit by introducing speed, flexibility, and non-collateralized lending. So in terms of speed, you don't have to wait for too long nowadays to get loans. And that is made possible by, in some cases, what we call digital footprint lending. So if you're an SME business owners, for example, businesses can link into some fintech platforms either for payment, and these can tap into the operational data of the businesses. And what that does is that it kind of collects information regarding maybe information on POS, as point of sale, transaction history, e-commerce activities, sales records, and all that. So all of these are being collected in real time because the business is able to plug into a fintech payments API or platform. And what this helps to do is that in several cases, we see situations where the platform is able to offer lending to these business owners because they already have this information on how they run their businesses, the sales history, and all of that. And the cash flow analysis basically is being carried out through that platform or through that synergy. And that kind of deepens access to financial inclusion or to working capital, as it were, for these small and medium-scale enterprises. So no more need to go to the bank, stay in long queues, and having to wait for long hours. Another interesting part is that with fintech now, there is what we call the decoupling. It's decoupling of services that were once often offered in physical infrastructures. Let's say you are a sole trader, for example, and you need to go make transfers, or you need to go make deposit, or even apply for credit. If you don't have any salesperson, which is often the case with many sole traders or SME owners, you have to lock the shop, and then you have to travel some distance to the bank, perhaps stay some hours in the bank for whatever you want to do there, and then travel back to your business place. And if you look at how long you spent within this time frame, it might go in hours, maybe 2 to 5 hours away from the business. That at that time when you are away, a customer can visit at the time, so you are not able to attend to them because the shop is locked, and that means you lose potential profit from the sales that would have been transacted if you had met them. You also lose that potential customer. If it's a new customer you're trying to bring into your pool of customers, you lose the chance to offer what we call customer experience to that customer, because when you offer excellent customer service to them, there is a high chance that they go back and do some referrals for you with their friends or colleagues, wherever they might be, and that translates to more income for the SME business owner. So you can see the ripple effect that this introduces just because you went to the branch or a bank to do this. But with just mobile money, or maybe having to do stuff on your phone, do the payments, apply for loans or transact in terms of deposit or whatever, transfers, you can do that from your shop and still maintain that business instead of having to suffer some opportunity cost.
And so talking about mobile money evolution, right? How have mobile money platforms actually reshaped the financial ecosystem, especially in rural and low-income communities?
Sorry, I didn't catch that question. Can you take that again?
Okay, I said that how have mobile money platforms reshaped the financial ecosystem, especially in the rural and low-income communities?
Yeah, when it comes to fintech, there are lots of innovations in fintech. Mobile money is one of them. We have digital lending. We have the neobanks as well coming up in different areas. But I would say mobile money has really been a game changer for in terms of deepening financial access into underserved communities, mainly because of the fact that it does not require internet or smartphones to operate. Yeah, so other forms of maybe fintech evolutions might require you to have a smartphone or perhaps internet access. But mobile money, you just need a simple feature phone, and you don't even need internet access. So what it relies on basically is what we call the unstructured supplementary service data, USSD. So those times where you see people having to dial one star with some number and then hash key at the end. It is you using those USSD code to communicate with the mobile money, with the mobile network operators, and then leveraging that as well with local network of agents across different parts of even the most remotest part of several communities. So the key thing for mobile money here is deep penetration. That's what they offer. So they offer deep penetration of financial access into rural communities or remote areas that would once, not have been able to have been tapped into by traditional financial systems. So that is a huge game changer. We have examples like Time in South Africa. We have Fair Money, for example. We have Opay, Kuda. These are all examples in the Nigerian context. Even Umber is also in Kenya. We also talk about M-Pesa. That's the big one in Kenya. M-Pesa that helps to at least deepen financial access by about 80% to underserved communities. So here you have just a mobile phone, the small phones, and then you also have the large network of agents, even in small shops, kiosks here and there, doing things like person-to-person transfers, cash withdrawals, and all of that. So this helps to provide what we call essential utility for underserved communities. They don't have to travel so far to get a bank to do those things because it's right at their doorstep and they can do stuff right from the comfort of their homes without having to use the internet, as it were. And the basic fundamental principle here is that if you are able to bring in these underserved communities of financially excluded persons into the financial mainstream by simple things as just person-to-person transfer, things like cash in, cash out services, then that begins to give them the chance to develop or give them the opportunity to be able to be profiled in when we talk about alternative data, like I mentioned before, alternative credit scoring, because they are now in the financial system, and then that way they can have opportunity to have access to other financial services.
Sorry, Mr. Ruben, please. And the last question I'm going to ask you, I need you to give me like more like prompt answers so we could accommodate the remaining questions I have for you, right?
Okay,
I'm talking about gender inclusion, right? In what ways is fintech helping, close the gender gap in access to finance? In what ways is fintech helping to close the gender gap in access to finance?
So yeah, like we mentioned earlier, fintech is an all-inclusive innovation. That's what we call, in terms of product management, that's what we call designing for the extremes. Yeah, so designing for the extreme means that you are designing for everyone. So you're not just looking at the average user, as it were. You are looking at those who are most likely not to be included. So it could even be those who are vulnerable. It could be those who are, disabled, as the case may be, those with low financial literacy, and those who are biased in terms of gender, like you mentioned, all of this. So just by being able to design products that capture those and that lower echelon or extreme, then we can say, okay, we are able to cover every other person within that scope or that strata. So if people are able to, maybe for example, like I mentioned, buy money, have access to simple feature phones and do transactions, then they are included. When it comes to lending too, most women have businesses, but due to discrimination, they're unable to go to banks, but they can do stuff on their phones, and that also tries to bring them into the financial mainstream.
All right, now talking about regulation and even policy, what regulatory frameworks are needed to support fintech growth while protecting consumers?
Yeah, when it comes to regulation, it's always a huge barrier when it comes to fintech and how they try to evolve. For that, what I would recommend basically is what we call the regulatory sandboxes. For example, in the United Kingdom, we have the Financial Conduct Authority that introduced regulatory sandboxes. What sandboxes do really is to allow fintech innovators to come within that regulated space, test their product with live customers, while not being under strict and stringent, bearing the stringent consequences of regulation. So that way, it is enabling innovation. Why that means regulation is enabling innovation, while not stifling the potential for these ones to also scale their product. So this is what I would recommend within the African context. And if they can copy what the FCA is doing in terms of establishing regulatory sandboxes and also harmonizing regulatory requirements required for fintech and businesses to scale, even across all the African continent, without having to go through too much rigors along those lines.
Nice. Now, talking about cross-border payments, right? How can fintech solve the challenges of cross-border payments and remittances within Africa?
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of, we have the Flutterwave, we have the Paystack, we have so many fintech platforms doing this, especially when we look at decentralized finance and blockchain. This is another evolving one where people are able to do solve remittance issues, and send money safely across Africa. Before now, traditional banks, they do that, but it takes longer time, and it also involves lots of costs to make that happen, because they have to do a lot of touch points with so many correspondence banks. But with fintech, you can easily know the currency exchange rate, go to the fintech platform, send your money, you look at in foreign currencies converted, and then you can just send across to loved ones, in any part of the world, or maybe within the African context. So that is a good one. But a major game changer here would be the blockchain technology, which allows for decentralized finance, and it's a lot quicker and a lot cheaper as well.
Oh, good. Thank you for that. Now, let's quickly just talk about trust and adoption, right? What strategies can fintech companies use to build trust among users who are new to digital finance?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, because if you are to, if financial inclusion is to be sustained, especially when it comes to fintech, then trust is a golden currency that has to be maintained as well. This is important because these people we're trying to target community, underserved communities, are not digitally literate, most of them. And once they are defrauded at any point in time, they lose that trust in the fintech service, and then they go back to what they used to be, without being included. So cybersecurity and fraud, cybercrime and fraud is a big one. So scammers often target the financially vulnerable or excluded through these ways, either through phishing calls or asking them to do stuff just to get the money off them. So in this sense, we recommend that fintech companies try to mitigate this by including what we call security by design in their product. So when they design the fintech app, they want to ensure that there is enough security features, introducing things like PIN, biometric, facial recognition, and so on and so forth into the product. We have OPay, for example, that introduced, say, the night guard in the app. That is, at a certain time of the night, you're not allowed to make transfer. If anybody's making transfer on the app, then they have to require maybe a fingerprint or a facial recognition for that transaction to go through. So that is a big one. And then the second one is over-indebtedness. So because of too many fintech apps springing up here and there, the people are just taking loans here and there from fintech people, loan sharks basically that claim to be fintech companies. And that in a kind of in debt a lot of people, because they just keep taking money for the fun of it, or because they see their friends accessing funds they want to take too. So paying back is a problem, and that affects their credit score. So companies can design, or fintech companies can design the app or allow some window period or some gap in between loan approval and disbursement, such that when the loan is approved, maybe like 12 hours, 24 hours, interval in between, for that impulsive urge to die down before advancing the loans. That can help protect companies.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ruben Abasi. Most esteemed, you've been able to, give us a whole lot of insight, into the fintech and inclusion world. Ruben Abasi is a fintech and inclusion enthusiast, and he has been making the rounds and doing great stuff in this regard. I want to thank you so much for joining us on Business Morning. When next we have you on board, we will be talking to you about maybe digital infrastructure and even more on cybersecurity, because we know you have so much in there to churn out to us. Thank you so much for your time, Ruben Abasi.
My pleasure.
Have a great day ahead.
Thank you so much for having me, and those are very great questions. Thank you so much. And
thank you too. Thank you so much. Wow. And now let's go for a short break. When we are back, we will speak on our second conversation, talking about agriculture. We'll be right back.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, defend the bullish insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Yeah, welcome back to Business Morning, and I'm moving on to our second conversation of today, talking about organic vegetable and how farming gains momentum as consumers demand cleaner and healthier food. You know, the organic vegetable farming sector is experiencing rapid growth across Nigeria and other parts of Africa as consumers increasingly prioritize healthier, chemical-free food choices. Industrial analysts now say that the shift is driven by rising awareness of the long-term health impact of synthetic pesticides, coupled with growing confidence in sustainable farming practices that protect the soil and even support rural livelihoods. Across major agricultural hubs from Plateau and Kaduna to Ogun and Edo, farmers are transitioning from conventional methods to organic systems, adopting natural composting, biological pest control, and eco-friendly soil enrichment techniques. Experts note that although organic production requires higher technical knowledge and more intensive management, the market rewards growers with premium prices and stronger brand trust. Consumers, on their part, they continue to push the momentum forward with rising health consciousness and a renewed interest in farm-to-table supply chains. Organic vegetables is gradually becoming a mainstream choice rather than a niche luxury. Market operators predict that the industry will triple in size within the next 5 years as awareness deepens and more farmers embrace sustainable practices. And now, as Nigeria positions itself to tap into the multi-billion-dollar global organic food market, stakeholders insist that the future of agriculture lies in ecological balance, healthier soils, and even vegetables grown in the natural way. Now, joining me is an esteemed Paul Ademujimi. He's the founder of Anil Integrated Farms. He's a Nigerian entrepreneur focused on food security, youth empowerment, and agribusiness, which is leveraging his background in social enterprise and business development to create profitable community-focused agricultural ventures, particularly organic farming. We're most happy to have you join us, Paul, this morning. So good to have you on Business Morning, Paul.
Morning.
Now,
thank you for having me.
Exactly. Now, talking about the vision to make farming a profitable, sustainable venture and ensuring food security and even integrating young people into the agricultural economy, right? What fundamental factors do you think determine the commercial viability of an organic vegetable farming enterprise in today's market?
Okay, I believe every market is driven by need, right? So, as the introduction says, there are a lot of people who are more health conscious now. The cancer, if you look at the widespread of cancer in Nigeria, it's a big factor. I started agriculture. I saw farmers using a lot of unethical methods to grow crops and to preserve it. So it's really a difficult situation. I mean, pathetic situation out there. So I think it's driven by needs. People want to have food. They just won't have anything with commercial of organic farming is driven by the needs of the people. So yeah.
Okay, so now how do you ensure consistent quality and soil fertility and even nutrient balance without actually relying on synthetic fertilizers or pesticides?
Okay, this is one of the most challenging things in organic farming because you tend to have the way of inorganic fertilizer fertilizes the soil is faster and more efficient than manure, right? So what we do is to ensure that we try to apply the manure 2-3 weeks before planting and ensure that it is wet enough, okay? It has enough water so that it can decompose. Then as you are planting, you're transplanting your seedlings and all of that, you also ensure that you're applying organic manure again and again. The most beneficial organic manure in this case has been poultry waste. So it's a tough situation, and if you want to grow crops organically, inorganic fertilizer acts faster and they are more efficient. They ensure that you have high yield, all right? But organic is slow. So that means you have to apply ahead and you have to find a way to control the weed. You have to spend a lot of money manually weeding the farm again and again. So it's a difficult job, but this is how we get by. Thank you.
Okay, now, so what are the most profitable vegetable crops for organic farmers, and what market trends actually influence these choices?
The most staple vegetable that people eat is tomato, and then you have onion. I mean, that constitutes most of what people consume. So I would say tomato anyway, but you also have bell pepper, that has gained traction over the last few years.
Okay.
So bell pepper is also highly profitable. Tomato, actually, yeah.
Okay. Now, you find out that a lot of food, a lot of vegetables, like the water leaf, that you find a lot of, should I use the word aboki, sell in traffic. There's this green leaf rather that is sell, right? The taste doesn't really propagate the real taste that should come from a vegetable like that. There's a little bit of there's something off about it. So is it as a result of the kind of fertilizers they use to actually bring those kind of vegetables, to make them grow or to help them grow, that is actually reducing, should I say, the green feel in these vegetables? You find out that you don't really get the feel of these vegetables. The tastes are not really so much. So what do you think is the cause of that?
See, you have to realize that farmers are growing their crops in unethical ways. And this, no government agency is actually controlling the application of chemicals in the farms. No government agency is overseeing all of these things. So they want to see results. They want to see that they have high yields. They want to control the pests. They want to control the disease that affects the crops and vegetables and all of this agricultural produce. So they tend to apply what they feel will control it. So all of these things tend to affect the quality of the agri-produce that you will eventually have anyway. And more importantly is that we also have seed problem. Because of high yields, a lot of farmers are moving away from our natural seeds. They want to use high yield seeds and all of these things. The more you go for genetically modified seed, the more you lose the natural tendency of this produce in the first place. So yeah, a lot of factors, the chemicals and also the seed.
How do you manage pests, diseases, and weeds using organic and sustainable methods while still maintaining high yields?
Okay, so as an organic farmer, the first thing, for you to be able to control pests, just go for a greenhouse. Greenhouse helps you to control the environment where you're growing the crops better.
Okay.
So, but personally, what we do is we have some local leaves that we use. There's the neem tree, there's the papaya leaf, there is the ginger, there's a kind of pepper that we also use, and we apply as biofungicides. So,
oh wow!
Of course, I'm not going to explain the details. That's the secret.
Oh, okay. So you don't want to give us some of the secrets with which you bring out this organic food. Okay. So you want us to pay for it. So before we can get that information, no problem. Now, what are the key certification requirements?
I've mentioned the raw material.
You have actually. Now, what are the key certification requirements, right, for organic farming, and how do these certifications actually impact consumer trust and pricing?
Okay, see, what is most important is that people, again, we're in a country where regulations are not taken for granted. Yeah, there are bodies that certifies organic farmers, the Nigeria Organic Association of National Association of Organic Farmers, you have them, I think 2-3 certification bodies. But what is important is that even if you label a product organically produced, see, there's this trust that customers do not have because we are largely a low-trust society. So what I'm doing personally is that I'm documenting all of our process and show it to our consumer and say, see, when we got to this stage of we need to control the pest, this is what we did.
Okay.
And when we want to control the weed, this is what we are doing. That is how we gain customer trust. So we don't necessarily depend on, because people do not trust what is coming from this certified body. So this is not to downgrade their efforts. No, not in any way. But people, we are in a low trust society, and customers want to see more, like, what are these guys doing? So one of my plans is to integrate blockchain technology into our process, so as to ensure that our customers can trust us more. So yeah.
Then how has climate change actually affected organic vegetable production, and what adaptive techniques are farmers deploying?
See, climate change is terrible. We wanted to, for example, 2 or 3 weeks ago, we wanted to do a transplant of tomato, and I had to put a stop to the process because the weather is so harsh. And we wanted to find a way where we can provide partial shading without totally obstructing the sun from reaching the seedlings, and it's tough, all right? Like I said, greenhouse is the best thing you can do. So greenhouse is the best solution you can deploy to mitigate the effects of climate change.
Okay. Now, what role does technology such as precision agriculture, irrigation systems, or even data monitoring play in optimizing organic vegetable farming? Can you just tell us that in details?
Okay, so when you look at precision agriculture, for example, it has to do with giving the crop what it needs per time.
Okay.
So you are supplying, if we want to irrigate our crop, for example, we don't just open the, we don't have the technology yet, all right? So, but then if you want to water your crop, you don't just open the tap and, the irrigation system and you just use like your mind to calculate, okay, I think it's enough water and all of that. So precision agriculture helps you to look at, it gives you the data of the temperature, the content of water in the soil, right? Then it tells you the nutrients present in the soil. Then it tells you what exactly you need to apply to the soil, the amount of water, and all of those things. So precision agriculture is the future of agriculture, and it will help us beat a lot of challenges that we face. But again, adopting technology has to do with, having the money, the funds to adopt these technologies. But when you have them, it helps you to conserve resources, all right, and it helps you to be more efficient in the usage of your resources. So we need precision agriculture, and I believe it's the future of agriculture. Yeah.
Having said that, you believe that that's the future of agriculture, right? Okay,
Yeah,
it's a very good one to know. Now, how do you navigate supply chain challenges, such as post-harvest storage, transportation, and even maintaining freshness of organic produce?
Now, this is a huge challenge that farmers are also facing. I think post-harvest losses in Nigeria is over 40%. We need the infrastructure to be able to preserve our farm produce. But for now, what I have come up with is that, see, I'm going to announce the date that you are getting the supply, right? Once I announce the date, be ready to receive it on that day. And anything beyond that day, we can't, it's difficult to preserve the vegetables and all of that. So we just give you a day. Okay, we are delivering so day, or we can deliver in 2 weeks in succession.
Okay.
4 weeks in succession. Then be ready to receive your goods. What we also do is that we are farming based on request.
Okay.
We don't farm what people do not request for.
Mm.
So
which is very good.
You need onions, then we farm onions for you, and then we deliver at the dates that we've given you. So this is how this is.
Can you hear me?
But in all, we need the technology. Yes, I can hear you.
All right. So in all, because you do not use all those pesticides and all those things to preserve your crops, when they come out, you don't even have preservatives to help them stay longer because of the health intentionality on it, which is very good. I'm sure that a lot of people that are actually, health-based, they know how to contact you to get, freshly planted goods without the aids of all these things that will actually, cause sicknesses like cancer. So now, what strategies are most effective for marketing organic vegetables to urban consumers and differentiating them from conventional products? How can you differentiate them and even market them?
You can't, as a client, I don't think you can differentiate between organically produced food and inorganic produced food. So But for us, we don't, like I said, we don't produce without request. We want to produce what people are requesting for. For the first thing that we did, and that's made me venture into organic farming, was that I saw the need. So I met someone and the person was saying, I have a group of people that needs this product. So without a market, we don't produce, and we don't go about and start, okay, we have this product. No, we are strictly producing based on what the market is requesting right now. And if you're not requesting, we're not producing, because yes, we're still at the early stage, so we don't want to make a lot of mistakes. So yeah, but when you are increasing in your capacity of production, then you probably need to look at other ways to to push your produce to other people out there that might need it. But for now, strictly based on what people are requesting for. Yeah.
Well, we've been talking to Paul Ademujimi, the founder of Annual Integrated Farms, a Nigerian entrepreneur focused on food security and organic vegetables. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Paul. We learned so much from everything you've told us today, and we promise that henceforth we'll be intentional about having organic food. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
So much. Thanks, Sue. Have a great day ahead. All right, and that's all we have for you today on Business Morning. And don't forget that business is serious business. Join us same time tomorrow for yet another interesting segment on our Business Morning on the BusinessDay Television Breakfast Show. Up next is A Big Story by Elizabeth Musa. Stay tuned.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZD Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay Television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks, on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Scrella.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today on the big story, we're diving into a conversation that sits right at the heart of Nigeria's security challenge. The Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, says the country can no longer afford courtroom delays, especially for cases tied to terrorism, kidnapping and other high-risk crimes. Is calling on the judiciary to act with urgency and courage. The Court of Appeal is responding with special sittings across its divisions, but with thousands of pending appeals and even more motions in the pipeline. Will this shift the dial? Well, that's the question we're asking this morning. And joining us is human rights lawyer Festus Ogun, known for his bold, clear-eyed analysis on justice reform. Welcome to the show, Festus. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for having me.
It's very great to have you here this morning. Thank you so much. Now, Festus, the AGF says slow justice is now a national security threat. Do you agree with that assessment, or is the problem more complex than that headline suggests?
I agree absolutely with the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation that the delay in the dispensation of justice is an hindrance to the fight, or is one of the hindrances to the fight against insurgency and insecurity in our country. But the truth of the matter is that we cannot continue with these selective approaches in addressing our urgent issues in this country. Or we want to attend to security matters that has to do with security concerns in court, we want them to be expeditiously tried. That may not be feasible because the issue is not necessarily peculiar alone to the security-related cases, the criminal cases, or the criminal trials. Yes, I agree that they should be prioritized, but the very problem in our country that has to do with our justice system is that we have a criminal justice system that is inefficient, that is porous, and a justice system, rather, that is very weak and that is susceptible to compromise. Compromise in the sense that at the end of the day, with the way our criminal justice system is designed, the end of justice may be defeated. So it worries me that if the trouble with our criminal justice system is the inefficiency, how then will this be solved? By the speedy administration of justice in respect to cases that have to do with the security situation of the country. I'm afraid that is not feasible because of the inefficiency of the justice system. We go to court, I go to court almost on a daily basis as a litigation attorney, right? And I can tell you for a fact that the criminal case, one of the criminal cases we handle in our office that we started in August 2022, up till today, we have not gotten anywhere. If the judge is not transferred, the judge will not sit. There is a national assignment somewhere in Abuja where the judges will be hosted in halls, hotels, and the rest for conferences and the rest of all of that. Or they say the judge has gone on national assignment. You get to court and they tell you, oh, the judge is not sitting. And the next available date is in 4 months' time, 3 months' time. I have been to court. In fact, recently, where about around 12, 1 o'clock, the trial judge said, look, I'm tired. I have to go. So the rest of the cases on the list, say we have 20, my lord has tried maybe 7 or 6. The judge was tired. She had to go. What we need to do is to tell ourselves the truth that the justice system as it were today is not serving contemporary realities of this country. It's not serving contemporary realities. It is not dispensing justice, whether to the government, to the authorities, whether to the people, or to the public, or to the parties to the cases. What we need to do is to reform the justice system. If you ask the judges to expedite the trial, I'm afraid that may not be feasible, because our judges, our courts are filled up with cases. A judge will be trying 30 cases in a day. How can a judge who tries 30 cases in a day be expected to dispense justice, Elizabeth? How can? Or sometimes 35, 40 cases in a day. Go to magistrate courts. I see 40 cases in a day, and I continue to ask myself, how will this judge or these magistrates be able to efficiently and effectively dispense justice on 40 cases in a single day? So how will the cases that has to do with the security situation of the country or the insecurity situation of the country finds its way out of the mess that our criminal justice system has become? What we need is reform. And when I mean reform, Elizabeth, I am saying that first, we need more judges. And we do not just need more judges, we need judges who actually want to be judges because they are passionate about the work. We need judges that are eminently qualified to become judges, that have track record of practice in law. We need judges, Elizabeth. We need judges that are intellectually sound and mobile. We need judges with track record of excellence, with character, with integrity, and with commitment to do the work. Not just that. We need to adopt technology in the administration of justice, and we need to amend our laws.
Right.
The recommendation in ensuring an efficient justice system is quite enormous. But I can tell you, we need more judges. No judge will sit on more than 15, 10 cases in a day. If we are really interested in getting justice, true justice, as much as justice delayed is justice denied, we must not also forget that justice rush is justice crushed. So we cannot on the altar of trying to expeditiously conclude these cases, compromise the principles of fair hearing, or compromise the right of an accused person to be given fair trial.
Right. And we've also seen the Court of Appeal roll out special sittings to tackle these backlogs. Now, if you're looking from a human rights and efficiency standpoint, would you say this is a real solution, or would you say it's just firefighting?
It's just firefighting, if you ask me. We cannot, with respect, we cannot continue this in this manner. We set up special panel for election tribunals, for election cases, set up special panels for political cases. We set up special panels for some type of criminal cases. Access to justice should be for all. It even demonstrates that ours is an inefficient system because we have to keep setting up special panels, special tribunals to try some special cases. It shouldn't be so. So be it any kind of cases or any kind of case should be able to be properly and efficiently adjudicated upon by our court. But yes, it shows the commitment of the Court of Appeal to make their own national contribution to the security situation that we have found ourselves as a people. It shows their commitment, but it is just temporary. What we need to do, take for instance, a lot of persons are not able to enjoy the fruit of their judgment. And I'm talking not just as a human rights lawyer. I'm also talking as a stakeholder in our justice system, advocacy, justice system reform advocacy. I'm talking as a stakeholder. People are not able to reap the fruit of the judgments they get in court because it takes forever to conclude appeals. You see me handling cases that originated even before I gained admission to the university. Over 10 years ago. It shouldn't be so. What business do I have with cases that were instituted even before I entered secondary school? Once the trial court has, when I mean trial court, I mean all the state high court, the first court you go to our court trial court. The court of first instance, once they are done with the cases, what people do is to just hand cases on appeal because it takes forever to conclude appeal cases. Judgment we got in 2021, 2022, they are still there, lying in appeals, no progress. What we need to do in respect of, overflowing or overflowing the court of appeal with appeal. Appeals should not be as of right. In law, we have what is called appeal as of right and leave to appeal. I have the right to appeal when it has to do with criminal cases, for example. You have the right. You don't need to go to seek permission to appeal. The other one is with leave, with permission. To say, I want to appeal, please, court, give me the permission to appeal. We need to make all cases, except even all cases in Nigeria, should be appealed with leave, so that there will be a reduction in the number of frivolous appeals that we witness on a daily basis. The court should not be restating the same principle of law over and over again. And this blame should not be borne by the inefficiency of the justice sector alone. We are not talking about the courts alone. Even with lawyers, why should you, in good conscience, appeal a judgment that is clear and unequivocal? We just dump cases, give the appellate judges enormous work to do. Cases are just there, too many. Too many. So it seems that our justice system is no longer in tune with the contemporary realities of our country. The economy is there. We have disputes almost on a daily basis. We need more judges to administer or adjudicate on these cases, including at the Court of Appeal, up to the Supreme Court. And come to think of it, should all cases get to even the Court of Appeal? Elizabeth, what is the business of a tenancy cases? Tenancy cases.
In the Supreme Court.
In the Supreme Court. They have no business there, but the law allows for it. So if we reduce the number of cases that go on, except maybe, in fact, majority of our cases should not go beyond one level of appellate scrutiny. If it's a matter in the magistrate court, let it stop at the high court. Let it stop there. They have, once the high court decides, that should be the end. Once a matter is decided by the high court,
right,
it should not go beyond the Court of Appeal, except for very salient matter like maybe criminal cases, or not even all kind of criminal cases. If take for instance, maybe a misdemeanor or a minor, you are challenging it up to the Supreme Court. The punishment for that offense is maybe 2 years or 3 years or even 5 years. You had even spent 5 years pursuing these cases. So what is more?
Okay. So I see the passion with which you're speaking, talking about the need for more justice, the need why some cases don't even need to get to the appeal court. But one of the things that Justice Dongban Mensem, actually, the point he raised was, he pointed out to political and election related cases, saying that these cases are swallowing court time. What's your take on this? Should Nigeria be bold enough to actually rethink how these cases are handled? What's your take?
Most of the political cases in court, right, have no business being in court. Elizabeth, I have handled, between 2022 2023, even as a last month, I handled quite a number of these cases. And I begin to ask myself, what business have these disputes in court? Most of these political cases are the reasons why our system are stagnant. A judge will be transferred, will be taken from Lagos to Jos for election cases. We spend about 6 months. All the cases in his court will be in abeyance in Lagos. Hundreds of those cases, about 500 cases in the dockets, will be stored because there was an election in Jos or there was an election in Enugu, and one of the judges here has been transferred there. That is how judges are transferred all over the country to administer on the election cases. What I think we need to do is what we used to do. Most of these cases should not go beyond the Court of Appeal. And most of these cases should not be appealed as for right. See, let me explain it to you. In law, there's what we call appeal with leave of court. When you want to appeal, you go to the court that delivered the judgment. I want to appeal. You state the reasons why you want to appeal. Do you have a good case? Do you have something arguable? And what we have in Nigeria is virtually everybody appeals, whether you believe in it or not. In fact, we have how we appeal. Some lawyers will even draft appeal, grounds of appeal before judgments are delivered. So once the judgment is delivered, they immediately go to file appeal. That appeal should not be as of right. It should be with the leave of court. So that when you go before a court, I want to appeal. The court will look at it. Do you have a case worthy of being appealed? If you don't have, they should strike it out. Then we'll respect the system the more. Then investors will have confidence in coming to our country, knowing fully well that judgments will be enforced and judgment will be respected. Do you know, Elizabeth, that people leave Lagos to settle their dispute through arbitration in Zurich? They go to Paris. London is their second home. A contract will be executed in Nigeria by Nigerian parties. They will say the seat of arbitration shall be the London Court of Arbitration, shall be in London, shall be in Paris, shall be in Zurich. The reason is because they do not trust the Nigerian system. And we are losing a lot of money that should come into our country because some of these arbitration cases run into millions of naira, multi-millions of naira, sometimes millions of dollars. But investors do not trust the system. They do not trust the system. So they rather go to London to adjudicate on any dispute that arises from the contract. That is, look at how we are not, even Nigerians. In fact, there was a case that was decided, I reviewed the case last year, where two Nigerian entities in Nigeria had an agreement and used, I think it's even South Africa, as a place where the dispute on the contract they had should be adjudicated upon. It shouldn't be so, but it is understandable because over here, when you get a judgment, the other person appeals and hangs it on appeal. Appeal, especially in Lagos, can take 5, 6, 7, 10 years before it's finally adjudicated, finally decided upon. In Supreme Court as of today, Elizabeth, people are given 2028 days. 2028. So you leave court today and you are told to come back in 2027, January 2028. At the Supreme Court, it is that bad. And it is because of all of these election cases. Once they come in, all other cases are put in abeyance. Oh, there is a dispute as to who becomes the House of Assembly candidate in one political party. They drag it up to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court will not treat it like other cases that takes five years. They quickly attend to it. Political matters are not more important than any other matter in court. Let's be very sincere with ourselves. Because most of them are frivolous. How many political matters are won by the persons that instituted it? The election petition that we saw last year, who actually went to court and won? Because most of the cases are frivolous. I did about 10 of them. I was involved in over 10 election petition cases. And I can tell you categorically that most of the cases that are in court ought not to be in court. And these cases clog the administration of justice needlessly. Our politicians fight They settle personal squabble through our court. They put our judges on trial, and these are done at the expense of other important cases in court.
Right. Let me permit me to cut you short real quick, just because in the interest of time, because I hear all the things you're saying. You spoke about, having more judges and all of that. Some will say that judicial speed can also affect, the right judgment and all of that. Some critics will say that the judiciary is actually overburdened, they are underfunded, they are overstretched, and all of that. You've mentioned that we need more judges. Perhaps we need more courtrooms. Do you also think there's some kind of deeper kind of restructuring that we must have? And if you were to advise the AGF directly today, what's one immediate reform that he can actually implement? No committees, no long processes. What's one reform that you actually say he should implement that would actually make a measurable difference?
We need to make the judiciary lucrative. How many young persons today aspires to become judges? How many? Because it is not lucrative. It is not attractive. And this strikes to the very foundation of our country, to the very integrity of our land, to the very soul and spirit of our land. So I think we need to appoint more judges, competent judges, judges that are inspired to do the work. We need to appoint more judges that are willing, that are competent to do the real work. I think that's what we need to do right now. Imagine that as of today. Elizabeth, are you with me?
Carry on. I'm with you.
Are you? Yes. I'm saying as of today, the industrial capital of Nigeria, Ogun State, doesn't have a judicial division of the Court of Appeal. No judicial division of the Court of Appeal for the industrial capital of the country. But Ekiti State has Court of Appeal. The number of cases, with the greatest respect, from a region in Ogun State trumps the number of cases in Ekiti. Because we have all the industry here are in Ogun State in the country. They are in Ogun State. Yet Ogun State, the industrial capital of Nigeria, has no Court of Appeal. So everybody still has to move from Abeokuta to Ibadan. No, Ogun State, industrial court, we are still looking for it. The industrial capital of Nigeria, we need more judges. The cases on ground trumps the number of judges on ground. So the administration of justice will be slow. So if there is going to be any recommendation, my recommendation is we need to have more judges. And the federal government should also support the implementation of technology in the administration of justice. You see today, all the things I'm saying, if I was in court 2 days ago, arguing for over 2 hours. The judges was writing in longhand. That would take time, but if we have, advanced 21st century, facility, technological facility, where all of these longhand will be written, will be adapted by technology. When judges are transferred, you have to start the case all over again. So all those things, we should take them off our laws. But I mean, if you ask the AGF to do something now, no committee, let us recruit more judges that are competent, that are motivated to work, and that are adequately remunerated.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Festus Ogun, for your bold and clear-eyed analysis. I always like your perspective. Very bold, very clear, very passionate. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Well, this has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next, social listening. Do stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Scrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Scrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Scrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Scrella.
watching Business Day Television.
This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is Social Listening right here on the show. This is where we check out some of the stories making the rounds on social media. And of course, I'm not doing this alone. I'm doing this along the very Destiny Mama. Wow, some interesting stories this morning on the trend wave. So let's listen and look at some of the stories. Now, a mass burial has taken place in Adamawa State for 9 women who were killed during a protest in Lamode. Community leaders insist the women were shot by Nigerian soldiers. The army strongly denies this, saying the deaths came from an armed militia during a clash. Families gathered at the Lamode Secretariat as the names of the victims were read out, one after another, turning the entire space into a heavy moment of grief. Youth leaders from the area maintained that the women were unarmed and only demanding answers, calling for an independent investigation to clear the confusion and restore trust. The army, on its part, says the event escalated because a militia group confronted troops at the same location. Well, that's a very sad one for Adamawa State. This morning, women killed, protests. I mean, I'm looking forward to a time where we'll not just be having things like this, killings, like become the order of the day.
Something like that. Just like what you said, killings becoming the order of the day. It has somewhat become something normal. Mm-hmm. When we hear things like this, it doesn't give that bulge anymore of tragedy. Mm-hmm. It just feels like normalcy, and which is not supposed to be. See, women unarmed, protesting, peaceful protest. And for women to come out to protest for whatever it was, it would have been something that has affected everyone. Mm-hmm. Out of their humane nature, out of their motherly, natural state, they've come out to protest unarmed, and this is what they get, death as a penalty. Now, this is too sad.
It's actually really sad, but let's take a look at some of the reactions on social media. Let's see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation, because, women demanding answers. Bimbola says, and the army has not apologized or explained what happened. Not like I trust whatever they say, but the way they have been quiet and ignoring it is worrisome. Was it intentional? I'm just confused. Well, let's see more reactions to this story. The Crusade, Osikena 2014 says, all Christians, I weep for the country. How much more innocent Christians' blood must be shed for the ruling occultic government to drink? How much more? And still, do we have one more reaction? I think this is the same thing. Mr. Vitalis says, no community deserves this kind of terror. To bury 9 women together because those men to protect them allegedly pulled the trigger is actually unforgivable. This is a dark stain on humanity. We stand with Lamode. We demand truth. We demand justice. Do we have one more reaction? Ad Slim Juice says, why are they being buried when no investigation has been done? No explanation to what happened. So people can just be shot and then buried in this country without no single explanation. What did they do? Was it enough reason to be gunned down like animals? Where are we heading to? Look, so many questions. I like this person because he's just asking all the questions. Why are they being buried?
Now, there was a mass burial to this effect. You can imagine. 9 women that were so alive, protesting for something that would have been very good if they heeded, their call. And now in a shallow grave, their children's wailing, their relative. And most of those women, trust me, because it's in the north, they would or they might have been breadwinners of their homes. What will happen to their children? What will happen to their relatives? Now, this is sad, and this is coming from the Nigerian army, not even being able to. I don't know if there's an official statement out, to this effect.
I'm not sure because I haven't seen anything, and I think that's why this person is asking that why are they being buried when no investigation has been done, because we've not.
And trust me, this
personally, I
whole
haven't
thing would
seen
have been swept
anything.
under the carpet, but I saw the self-acclaimed activist, a very dark man, saying something like this at Adamawa. He went there himself, he's actually trying to, portray the hero, whatever it is, but he's really trying, bringing out things like this that would have been swept under the carpet and people will not, get heed of. And, ensuring that, people get justice for different crimes. Now, this is one too many involving the people that are supposed to be protecting us, according to, one of the comments here, one of the tweets here. And it is very sad. There should be a statement out to this effect. And now, there's an undertone of acceptance from one of the, comments saying that that it was as a result of the military group. Okay, now they're pushing into the military group, that it was a military group that actually shot the women. But they're also agreeing, so to speak, that it was because of whatever was happening, that has actually, put these women down in a shallow grave, barely the end of the year, when they've been able to, they succeeded throughout 2025, getting to December, and this sad story.
Look, we even need, there needs to be an end to this militia clash, whatever, because of course the army is denying that they were not the ones that shot them, that this happened during, they happened to be shot during a militia clash, armed militia clash. But the point is, if there is security in the first place, we're not going to be having any clash whatsoever. And then people, innocent people found dead, will be killed because of confusion, because of the unrest in our country. We need an end to it. And we've been talking about this thing for the longest time. These are people's mothers now. Now we see children, we're seeing kidnappings every other day. Schools, you see 300 students who say, oh, this place, they were 200 people kidnapped. We're talking about numbers. I think we're talking about
just see the coup that our military went to rescue. It was result oriented, swift result. Swift result under 5 days. But what are we talking about? What are we talking about right here?
It's quite interesting, but let's actually move on from this conversation and talk about the House of Representatives, which has summoned the Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Olayemi Cardoso over 16 trillion naira in unremitted government revenues. Lawmakers say the funds include surplus earnings between 2016 and 2022 and money collected through remitter. Tensions rose on the floor as members argued over why the governor had failed to honor earlier invitations. Now, the Public Account Committee is now giving him a date to appear and present clear documents explaining what happened. Some lawmakers even warned that if he fails to show up again, they may use constitutional powers to compel him. Well, that's another one coming from the House of Reps, over 16 trillion naira query. That's a lot of money. So
that's a lot of money.
He definitely needs to show up and at least give some sort of breakdown or explanation. Just accountability. No one is saying anything, but it's public. It's
public fund.
So public fund. So there needs to be a little bit of accountability. Well, let's see some of the reactions to this conversation on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting. Olatunji Ishola said, if he refuses to meet them now, they will say he disrespect them. How can a person that was appointed in 2023 answer for a case of 2022? That's a good question.
That's a good question.
Jaden says, the House is taking a serious step by summoning the Central Bank of Nigeria governor over 11 trillion naira in unremitted revenues. Accountability matters. Government funds must reach the coffers. And this investigation should set a precedent for transparency in Nigeria's financial system. Obong of Calabar says, they are calling him out because he has failed to share with them, Joe. Those men have no good intentions for Nigeria. They are too selfish to allow finances to go out without them taking a cut. Well, these are the problems. These are the issues. Do we have one more reaction? Omole Osianemo says, finally, some accountability. Nigerians deserve full transparency on such huge sums. Let's hope the investigation brings real answers.
But then there was a good governor before Cardoso. So why didn't somebody in the governor that actually, had those under his administration, rather than just dwell on the present that might not have, they might not have ideas of how this money is, and because that wasn't his administration, according to, one of the tweets that we saw there. This is Nigeria. This is a place that you can also still summon people that were in offices before now, right? Or are we saying because he's no longer an office holder, so whatever it is that was uncounted for will just be left like that, or will be clinched on the next person? I don't know if you see a reason there.
I do see where you're coming
Was there a
from.
full handover to help them, not call that other person and then expect Cardozo to be the one to champion the scores?
I mean, you know how we say that some questions, like, I really don't have the answers, really.
Yeah.
I think in the same breath you're asking, the same breath I'm also asking as well. It deserves to be answered, because if we're talking about, you can't call me to answer for
something I did not cover for.
Yeah, something I wasn't like a part of.
Yeah.
So they probably have we probably need more information,
yeah.
when it comes to this story. We probably need more information to understand, because we're talking about earnings between 2016 and 2022, and money collected through Remita, and then
the person appointed in 2023,
I was appointed in 2023.
Should now account for those monies.
I really don't see this, but I think what would be best will be for the Central Bank of Nigeria governor to actually honor whatever it is, honor their,
and then give his stance,
and just professionally. I think that would be best, and just be quiet over it. But finally, last story today will take us all the way to Australia, where Australia has now become the first country to officially ban social media for anyone under 16. This new rule took effect this week, and platforms like Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, YouTube, and X are now required to block accounts belonging to younger users. Now, the government says the move is part of a push to protect children from online harm, bullying, and addictive content. Tech companies will now roll out age estimation tools to screen users, and any platform that fails to comply could actually face massive fines. Parents won't be punished if their children still find a way in, but the pressure is now fully on the platforms to enforce this law. Well, that's another conversation from Australia. I think this one was really important.
Yeah, they've done. I mean, they had to do something, that they had to do to protect the society, from maybe pending crime cases. Because truth be told, social media is good. It's good. It has a lot of information. Children use it for even their homeworks and all of that one. But then the distraction it gives them is enormous, and then they hide to see a lot of things that they shouldn't be seeing. And trust me, these things corrupt good manners in a lot of ways. Because you and I know that we have young ones that one way or the other want to do, something with our phones, but there's still this check. We're still concerned. What if they go, into like TikTok and go into and start saying things that they're not supposed to see? It was registered on their minds already. So I think it's a good one. I give kudos to the Australian government for this move, but I think the regulations that they have put to it and the policies that are beclouding it will also help. Unlike here in Nigeria, I don't think we can actually do that and really succeed. What do you think?
I think we can. Why not?
I think that the policies might not, like they've said that they're not going to be blaming the parents. Now it's the companies, the social media companies that should do a lot of regulations, and they're enforcing it. So I definitely think that will work from that end.
Yeah,
and if
so
Nigeria can do that and also take a cue, from what Australia is doing, by expecting the social media companies to actually do this check and make it work.
Is it just social media or the tech companies that will now roll out like tools? Because from what is happening in Australia, the tech companies are now rolling out age estimation tools to screen users and platforms that.
But they're working together. They have to
comply.
Work together to make it work.
Yeah, so they have to work hand in hand.
Yes, they have to work together to make it, to make it work. They need to know what to do. They need to know policies that they should actually enforce to make these things work.
I think we can make it work in Nigeria if we want to make it
It's
work.
very important because we have a lot of wild,
crazy things
kids.
happening on social media. So I think 16 is actually a fair age to get on social media.
It is actually. No, it is.
Well, that's where we'll leave it this morning on the social listening segment and on the BDTV Breakfast Show. It was truly an interesting show, packed show, and we hope you enjoyed it, from the news headlines to the newspaper review to, of course, the business morning, as well as Big Story, and finally now social listening. We hope you enjoyed our show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Destiny Momo.
Until tomorrow, stay safe.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown. Let's take a look at the major business stories making headlines today. Petrol supply from Dangote refinery rises 38% to 23.5 million liters daily. Total pension fund assets rise 2.2% to 26.6 trillion naira. Federal government pushes 17.89 trillion naira new loans to finance 2026 budget. ECOWAS to scrap air ticket taxes from January 2026 to cut airfares. Nigeria, France signed tax administration pact to drive digital reforms ahead of 2026 transition. Let's begin with the news in Nigeria, where domestic supply of premium motor spirits rose by 37.7% in November 2025 to 23.52 million liters per day, up from 17.08 million liters per day in October, according to data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. The volume of petrol imported into the country also surged by 80.27%, reaching 52.1 million liters daily compared to 28.9 liters in October. This brought the total average daily petrol supply for November to 71.5 million liters. NMDPRA attributed the increase in November supply to the unusual low delivery rates recorded in September and October, which fell below the national demand threshold. According to the agency, the surge in imports by NNPC Limited, acting as supplier of last resort, was aimed at strengthening inventory levels. It added that 12 vessels initially scheduled to discharge in October spilled over in November, boosting supply for the month. It reported that all 4 refineries owned by NNPC Limited remain short, with no confirmed date for resumption of operations. Last month, NNPC Limited Group Chief Executive Officer Bayo Ojulari said the company was seeking technical partners to jointly operate the refineries. Ojulari explained that beyond technical partnership, significant upgrades were also required to bring the refinery's output in line with model product specifications. Moving on, the total pension fund assets under the contributory pension scheme increased by 2.2% month-on-month to 26.66 trillion naira in October 2025 from 26.09 trillion naira in September 2025. PENCOM disclosed this yesterday in the unaudited report on pension funds industry portfolio for the period ended 31st October 2025.
Analysis of the report showed that a major chunk of the assets were invested in the federal government securities, which increased by 1.3% to 15.9 trillion naira from 15.7 trillion naira. A breakdown of the FGN securities showed that 15.1 trillion naira was invested in FGN bonds, up from 14.9 trillion naira in September. A total of 686.2 billion naira was invested in treasury bills, up from 616.3 billion naira, while 2.16 trillion naira was invested in corporate debt securities, down from 2.24 trillion naira. The Director General of PENCOM, Mrs. Omolola Oluwarorun, said that the Commission has ushered in a new era of zero tolerance for pension defaulters, which accredited recovery agents, serving as the cornerstone of Nigeria's social contract with its workers. Oluwarorun said that there is renewed nationwide compliance push to recover outstanding pension contributions and penalties for employers who persistently violate the Pension Reform Act 2014, which mandates remittance of pension contributions within 7 working days of salary payment. The Director General reaffirmed PENCOM's commitment to enforcing strict compliance across the pension industry. Still on, the federal government plans to borrow 17.89 trillion naira in 2026 to fund a widening budget deficit as revenue projections fall sharply below expenditure needs. According to the 2026 budget framework obtained from the Budget Office of the Federation, officials' figures in the 2026 abridged budget call circular issued by the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning show that total new borrowing will jump from 10.42 trillion naira in 2025 to 17.89 trillion naira in 2026. This is an increase of 7.46 trillion naira in fresh loans over 1 year amid concerns over rising debt costs. The borrowing requirement is driven by a larger fiscal deficit and a weaker revenue outlook, even though overall expenditure is projected to fall slightly compared with the current year look. The government expects revenue to recover modestly to 31.53 trillion naira in 2027 and 34.90 trillion naira in 2028. That implies growth of about 7% between 2026 and 2027 and about 11% between 2027 and 2028, but the recovery is not strong enough to remove the need for heavy borrowing in the medium term. Meanwhile, the Economic Community of West African States has announced plans to abolish air ticket taxes across all airports in the sub-region from January 1st, 2026, in a move aimed of significantly reducing airfares and boosting regional connectivity. The decision was disclosed by ECOWAS Director of Transport and Communications, Chris Appiah, during an interview with journalists on the sidelines of the ECOWAS Council of Ministers meeting held on Wednesday in Abuja. According to Appiah, the policy forms part of a broader regional reforms package approved by the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government in December 2024. Appiah explained that extensive studies spanning nearly a decade revealed that West Africa has the highest cost of air transport on the continent, largely due to excessive taxes and aviation-related charges imposed by government. Appiah noted that the scrap taxes run contrary to the International Civil Aviation Organization guidelines and ultimately stifle demand rather than support industry growth. It stressed that the policy is central to ECOWAS' regional integration agenda, which depends heavily on affordable transportation and seamless movement of people, goods, and services. Appiah disclosed that ECOWAS is already engaging airlines operating in the region to ensure that the removal of taxes and charges translate into lower ticket prices for travelers. In other news, the federal government has signed a landmark cooperation agreement with France to accelerate the digital transformation of Nigeria's tax administration, boost cross-border enforcement, and strengthen institutional capacity.
The part signed by the Federal Inland Revenue Service and France Direction General des Francis comes just a week before FIRS transitions into the Nigeria Revenue Service in January 2026. According to reports, the Memorandum of Understanding focuses on modernizing revenue systems through improved compliance management, enhanced taxpayer services, and data-driven enforcement. According to the statement, the partnership also prioritizes workforce development, with both countries committing to building professional standards, strengthening human capital, and developing globally competent teams to support the future of public finance administration. Officials says the enhanced collaboration is expected to deepen transparency, improve enforcement framework, and position Nigeria's tax system for greater operational efficiency. You're watching the Business News Hour. We'll take a short break and return with more business stories. Stay with us. Watching the Business News right here on the BusinessDay television. Moving on, the exchange rate between the Naira and the US dollar remained relatively stable across major foreign exchange windows today, Thursday, December 11, 2025, as the gap between the official and parallel markets continues to narrow. Official markets, according to data from the FMDQ Securities Exchange, the Naira is trading at approximately 1,451.86 Naira per dollar in the Nigerian foreign exchange market. This represents a consolidated stability for the local currency, which has hovered within the 1,450 Naira to 1,452 Naira band throughout the week. Market activity indicates improved liquidity, with the intraday high and low rate showing reduced volatility compared to previous quarters. Analysts attribute this steadiness to sustained foreign capital inflows, which recently hit a year-to-date high of over $20 billion, and the Central Bank of Nigeria's successful structural overhaul of the Bureau de Change segment. In the parallel market, widely known as the black market, the US dollar is currently exchanging hands at an average selling rate of 1,490 Naira and a buying rate of 1,475 Naira. The stability witnessed in early December 2025 is bolstered by Nigerians' growing external reserves, which now stand at approximately $45.3 billion. Financial experts know that while demand for foreign exchange typically spikes during the holiday season, the current liquidity levels and the central bank's strict regulatory framework for BDC's operators are effectively cautioning the Naira against sharp depreciation. Also, the Central Bank of Nigeria has introduced a limit of 25% on the amount of cash beneficiaries can receive when accessing their personal travel allowance and business travel allowance from Bureau de Change. The CBN disclosed this in a document titled Frequently Asked Questions on Current Reforms of the BDC Sector. The CBN said travelers are allowed to purchase foreign currencies in the form of personal travel allowance or business travel allowance only up to $4,000 or $5,000 respectively per quarter. Travelers going abroad can use a combination of prepaid cards and cash to receive their travel allowances. A beneficiary of PTA or PTA may receive up to 25% of the foreign currency in cash, while at least 75% shall be transferred to the customer's prepaid card. The Central Bank of Nigeria has clarified that Nigerians traveling abroad for medical treatment may access up to $5,000 in foreign currencies from Bureau de Change, provided they submit all required documents as outlined in the guidelines. In another major development,
The Corporate Affairs Commission has announced that all requests to update business names online must now include additional personal and contact information. The Commission disclosed this in a public notice on Wednesday, emphasizing that the move is intended to improve verification and ensure that accuracy of registered business data. The move aligns with the CAC's ongoing efforts to digitize its processes and strengthen compliance. According to the CAC, effective immediately, business proprietors submitting online updates must provide their date of birth, registered office emails, proprietor's email, a phone number for either the registered address or the proprietors if different, and a valid means of identification. The Commission emphasized that this requirement aimed to enhance the integrity of the business registry and reduce errors or fraudulent filings. The Commission, as part of its digitalization drive, launched an AI-driven registration portal aimed at transforming the business environment by simplifying company registration processes and accelerating approvals. And finally, to wrap up the business news, over 300 Nigerian AI startups are training large language models and running inference workloads in data centers in Europe and the United States, a costly country chronic lack of AI-ready infrastructure. Industry executives described the AI infrastructure gap as a major challenge that risks sidelining Africa's most populous nation from the global boom despite its vibrant startup ecosystem. Ikechukwu Nnamani, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Digital Realty Nigeria, in an interview with BusinessDay said, while local data centers currently support cloud services, none is equipped for full-scale AI infrastructure. Nnamani estimated that the country's first true hyperscale liquid-cooled AI campus is still 2 to 3 years away. He listed energy as the primary bottleneck, stating that modern GPU clusters used for training and fine-tuning large models can draw 60 kilowatts and 120 kilowatts per rack and required uninterrupted supply. BusinessDay arrived at the $1.1 billion estimate by applying the industry benchmark of roughly $10 million per megawatt for greenfield data center construction, the lower bound of the $10 million to $15 million per megawatt range cited by global operators, which puts 100 megawatt AI facility at about $1 billion. For startups, the gaps is immediate. Training a 70 billion parameter model locally is impossible, and even inference is costly. Processing Nigerian data abroad also raises sovereignty and compliance concerns under the Nigerian Data Protection Act. And that's all for the Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown. Thank you for watching and stay tuned to BusinessDay Television.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We
are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZD Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
stigma alive, speaking up brings healing. When erectile dysfunction appears, many men lose more than function. They lose confidence, identity, and intimacy. Welcome to Health Matters, your number one guide to health and wellness. I am Amanda Emosipue. Sometimes erectile dysfunction is not about performance. It's more about heart health, hormones, and mental well-being. Statistics show that erectile dysfunction cases have been reported to be as high as 52.3% to 66.4% in Nigerian men. With such alarming statistics, it's a wonder why it has such high prevalence in the society. Joining me to unpack this manhood myth and break the powerful silence behind erectile dysfunction is Dr. Adefusi Temiloluwa Oluwakorede. Thank you so much for joining us. So let's quickly explore this topic now.
Yeah.
What is erectile dysfunction?
Okay, brief introduction. Erectile dysfunction normally is defined as inability to attain or properly maintain proper penile erection for sustained sexual pleasure. That's how they define it. That is in simple terms. So for those that want to, for proper penetration, as it were, you require something as strong as possible.
Okay, so how can you, because there are many there are different terms that seem almost similar to a layperson. So how can you differentiate between erectile dysfunction, low libido, and low sperm count?
Okay, I know formally erectile dysfunction is not often described as impotence. I don't know if you're familiar with that term.
Yes.
Yes, so that's what it was often described as before now. But then people decided to go with the term erectile dysfunction because impotence could also mean that the person is sterile. So the person cannot get a guy cannot get a woman pregnant, as it were. So, and then that brings me back to your question, talking about low sperm count, low libido and erectile dysfunction. So erectile dysfunction is really about performance.
Okay.
So even if you have a desire, performance is not how can I say it now? Performance is not strong enough to match desire that you have. That's basically erectile dysfunction. Low libido, on the other hand, is a problem about desire. So desire is not even there. So the person is not even sure if they can attain proper erection because they don't even bother having the desire. So it's more like there's no sense for pleasure. Then low sperm count, on the other hand, is you have good enough erection, you have the desire, but then the person is not fertile enough, that's the word, to procreate, to impregnate someone of the opposite sex to give birth to a child.
Okay, so when we talk about erectile dysfunction, there is this prostate cancer that is very common. Can we say that erectile dysfunction is a warning sign of prostate cancer?
Would I call it the warning sign? Maybe not. So why I won't call it the warning sign is because erectile dysfunction appears in all age groups. Usually, in recent times, there's been studies, there's been scenarios, there's been occurrences where younger people have cancerous disease or malignancies, like they call them. But before now, the required investigation, which is usually sensitive but not specific, usually that's the PSA they do. They often ask you to start doing it from like 40 years. So they tell you, okay, from 40 years, so you can do it once a year. Check. So it means that those that are younger than 40 years and have erectile dysfunction, what do they associate their disease with? So, but on the other hand, they are both related. Why? Because for erectile dysfunction and for prostate cancer, oftentimes one of the major issues they have is issues with blood supply. So when the blood supply is compromised, most of the time, the penis will not be able to attain proper erection, because basically what happens in erection is that the arteries in the penis gets engorged with blood, and then they are able to hold the blood in. So, and in the other case too, for prostate cancer, when there is not enough blood supply, the prostate organ decides to make its own blood supply. That's what we call neovascularization. And when that happens, many of the cells too would also leave their normal line of growth and then mutate, thereby causing prostate cancer.
One thing I love is that you broke down the terms. It's like you were looking at me, I was like, this person. So you broke down the terms for us. So when I was reading, I saw that it's apart from physical, it's also a mental state. So as a doctor, how much of erectile dysfunction is physical and how much of it is, let's say, give it a percentage. Okay, it's this percent, how much of it is physical and how much of it is mental?
Okay. I like the term you use, physical, mental. Because I would not, okay, normally I would not have used that term. If I were to explain it, I would have said, okay, psychological. Okay. That's the mental part. Then I could now say pathological or disease related. Okay. Yes. So oftentimes psychological usually is how do I put it? Usually the diagnosis of exclusion. So meaning that you've gone through all other possible causes that could cause erectile dysfunction, and then you discover that, okay, this person is fine, before you now come to say, okay, fine, this person has psychological issue, so let us do therapy for this person. So for majority of cases for erectile dysfunction, the most common cause is usually issues with blood supply, the one we call vascular related diseases like hypertension, like atherosclerosis. That's when you have fats or plaques clogged up in blood vessels. So oftentimes when those things happen, then there's not the blood vessels are engorged. They are clogged up, so there's not enough blood cannot flow through to engorge them, and they make them enough for erection. So usually for psychological, like usually about 10%, for vascular about 40%, then for hormonal, because oftentimes the hormones to have a role to play. Hormonal can be as much as 30%. Then neurological too. Some people that have spinal cord injury, because oftentimes there's usually for erection to happen, there's the visual stimuli, there's the visual stimuli, there's psychological stimuli. So if a person that has low libido, for example, if he sees a lady or if he sees someone that he likes, and he should get maybe attain penile erection or whatever, if he has low libido, he won't be able to attain it. So there's usually a connection between the brain and the reproductive organ, so that if there's spinal cord injury of some sort, the message won't be able to relay across, so the person will be able to attain erection.
Okay, so what can we say are the hidden signs and symptoms of erectile dysfunction?
Well, hidden, I think I would preferably say associated.
Okay.
Why? Because like I read in one of the researches that I went through, they specifically mentioned that oftentimes a young person with erectile dysfunction presenting to the hospital would often like many a times, it would often make physicians to go ahead as to check also if they have other diseases. So for example, a patient that has hypertension and has not been properly checking up, or diabetes, for example, not properly checking up and comes to the hospital because he can't sustain erection in bed and it feels less of a man, will be that particular situation where they now discover this person is hypertensive or this person is diabetic. So there are a lot of diseases that are related, like I mentioned before, atherosclerosis, like hypertension, like diabetes, like multiple sclerosis, spinal cord injuries. In case of low hormones, like hypogonadism. Then also issues with the brain, because there's usually this connection between, like I said, between the brain and then the reproductive organ. So when something like when a patient has oversecretion of like prolactin, for example, it can also cause testosterone on the other hand to not be secreted enough, thereby causing reduced erection. That's due to hormonal response, as it were.
Okay, I maybe have gotten my answer, but just for clarification purposes, yes. As a person, I earlier asked about low libido, low sperm count, erectile dysfunction. Yes. But now, as a person with erectile dysfunction, what is the possibility of this person, having intercourse and being able to fertilize an egg?
Okay, so there are two things. First of all, is the fact that a person that has erectile dysfunction, it's not compulsory to say that the person has
low
sperm count, exactly. So it means that even if a person has erectile dysfunction, the first problem is the fact that the person will not be able to have proper intercourse. But that's the first part. When they have proper intercourse, the next question is, now, what's the sperm count? So that's where, because having procreation basically is centers around sperm count. So that's why you see people that have premature ejaculation and they still have children. So oftentimes, if the sperm count is normally for normal men, sperm count usually goes between 100 to 300 million sperm cells per mil of semen. So if for any reason a man's sperm count is less than 16 million, that's a problem. That's one problem. Second is the fact that you now consider motility, because these sperm swim from where they ejaculated to where the eggs are. Now, how many percentage of these cells, of these sperm cells, are motile or mobile, as it were?
Okay.
If they're less than 40%, the probability of having a child also is less. Now, out of this, you also consider morphology. Usually, what they look like is like tadpoles. I don't know if you've seen tadpoles before. Children of the children of frogs, like, is that called children of frogs?
Yes.
Or toad, as it were. Those oval shaped with long tails. That's the way sperm cells look like. So when you start seeing a sperm cell with two heads or with two tails, then those ones won't be able to swim. So if there's a lot of cells with poor morphology, as it were, or abnormal morphology in the semen, then it means that the person will not be able to have children. That also, you also consider how many of the sperm cells are actually alive. At least you have to have 58% of the sperm cells are alive for the person to be able to make children. So there are a lot of factors that are involved that will determine, or that will be able to make you to know if a man can have children aside sexual intercourse.
Okay.
That's on the male side, because you even have to factor the females into the equation. You have to know if the man is ovulating, if she's fertile, how many eggs she has, kind of stuff. But on the men's side, after you have ruled out the fact that, okay, this person has sexual desire, that's low libido, and you have ruled out, okay, fine, this person has erectile dysfunction, or this person doesn't have erectile dysfunction, you now have to factor in the sperm part of it. That's a whole different ball game entirely. Yes. And the sperm part is what determines if a person can procreate. So that's why some 2 minute men, like they call them, can still have children. They just can't satisfy their wives like they should.
Okay, I just learned that if I'm right, if I learned properly, like some sperms, you might release a dead sperm.
Yes.
My mind is blown because I had no idea. But let me not digress. So let's. Why is it that older men are more vulnerable to erectile dysfunction and prostate cancer?
Okay, so I think it still goes in the line of what we've been discussing before now. Now, for older people, how can I say it now? Even before we go to the internal organs, you notice that on older people, when you compared to the way our skins look, they are hydrated and then proper, I can say now, to touch it as it were. That's the word. They have flaccid skins. They've lost underground fats as it were, so they have flaccid looking skins, wrinkles and whatnot. So as it happens to them on the outside, it happens to them on the inside.
Okay.
So many times they have they call it, how do I put it? They say the vascular integrity. So many of the blood vessels they have, the way our hearts can pump, and then like per time you feel like you tell somebody I can feel my heart beating. Many times for older people, their blood vessels are weaker.
Okay.
Their blood vessels are much weaker. So meaning that oftentimes how can I put it? It's the reason why they are more prone to having hypertension than younger people are.
Yes.
So because of the fact that the way our blood vessels will pump blood fast, the way the blood vessels are elastic, that's not the way it is for older people. So that's one major issue. So for them, they have more lax blood vessels, first of all. Then the fact that they have lax blood vessels means that they will be compromised to the penis because of the fact that the blood vessels are not strong enough to hold blood in. So, and then that's also why they are often also prone to having, they are more in the population of those that have prostate cancer because of the fact that the blood supply to the prostate is compromised. So the prostate tries to create its own blood supply. So that's basically what happens.
All right, so we're still talking about erectile dysfunction. We're breaking the powerful silence and the myth behind erectile dysfunction. Let's go on a quick break. This is Health Matters. Welcome back to Health Matters. We're still talking about erectile dysfunction with Dr. Temioluwa. So Dr. Temioluwa, how often should one go for checkup for erectile dysfunction?
Okay, so that question. First of all, the question borders on what's causing erectile dysfunction. So oftentimes there are causes that can be reversed, causes that cannot be reversed. So if it's a cause that cannot be reversed, then you have to go for checkups. So for people that have diseases like hypertension, like I mentioned prior, people that have issues with fats clogging their blood cells, people that have diabetes, then they have to go for checkups because of the underlying illness, first of all. So meaning that for every single time they go to the hospital because of the fact that they can't attain proper erection, they also have to go to check how good is my sugar control, because just like every other cell in the body, when there's too much glucose supply, the cells get sluggish, they move very slow. So that's the reason why one of the major signs someone notices when they have diabetes is that they have low sex drive.
Okay.
It's statutory. So when we ask the questions that we often would ask for those that have diabetes, thirst, hunger, urination, we ask them, have you lost weight? Then we ask them, has your sex drive been? So then also for hypertension, because of the vascular connection, the blood supply. And then because of the fact that over time, so as they age, there's this chemical that causes the vessels to dilate, nitric oxide. So over time, the body doesn't make as much as they used to. So however, if it is psychological and the person is able to overcome psychology, then you don't have to go for recurrent checkups.
Okay.
If it is due to obesity, because oftentimes too, somebody can have fat clog up in their cells because they are obese, and then I don't know if it's common knowledge, but there's always this term that comes that people that go to the gym are usually they are holier than usual. I don't know if you've ever heard that statement before. Yes. So because of the fact that oftentimes when you work out a lot, you have your blood cells as elastic as possible. You have your blood cells as elastic as possible, meaning that you have enough blood supply to every part of the body as when due. So oftentimes, because they even have enough blood supply to part of the body as I went to, then they tend to have erections as more than usual. Because all the blood vessels are viable, and then they are able to hold blood in. So oftentimes, whatever checkups you are doing depends on what the underlying cause is. So if the underlying cause is sorted, then you might not have to do recurrent checkups.
Okay, so now for a case of erectile dysfunction, is it fully curable? And then, like, what are the treatment options? Because I saw there's surgery, but then apart from surgery, what are the treatment options? And then, if one, does these treatment options, is there a possibility of relapse? Which is why I'm asking if it's fully curable.
Okay, so first of all, for erectile dysfunction, there are a lot of treatment options, and I know that for many men, actually, because of the stigma, the shame that comes with erectile dysfunction, or not being able to perform for long, as it were, many men already know how to get over-the-counter medications. There's always this common saying that, there's always common saying that before you, don't think you are coming when you are going. Okay. I don't know if you've ever seen before.
Something like that.
I remember there's one time we had the patient that had the ischemic attack from sexual activity.
Okay.
So because one of the common one of the most common, yes, drugs used to manage erectile dysfunction can act as an antihypertensive.
Okay.
So when the drug is used and it causes erection, if you're someone that your blood pressure is naturally low and then you use it, it becomes a problem because the blood pressure could crash. So, but there are a lot of treatment options. First of all, pharmacological, we have the most common ones. We call them phosphodiesterase inhibitors. That's the sildenafil Viagra, as it were. Sildenafil is a more recommended one. That's the one I mentioned. That one also acts as a blood pressure medication.
Okay.
Yes. Then there are those in that class. Then there's the prostaglandin E1 injectables. So they inject the penis, and then those ones help the penis to maintain vascular integrity. They help them to hold blood in. Then that's the pharmacological part. For those that discover that there are plaques or there is fat stored up in their cells, they could even have an angioplasty. So they have a stent put into their blood vessels to keep on clearing out the plaques and allow blood to flow properly. That is to help. It might sound extreme, but some people go as much as that to maintain erectile function. There's also the this is what they call them extrapenile erection devices. So like there's a vacuum. I don't know if while you were a kid, there's this stuff in the toilets that we normally would have.
Plunger
suctions, exactly. The suctions through. Yes, that's how the vacuum works. So you put it over the penis and then they apply pressure, so it sucks the penis up. So like what it does basically is drop blood.
Okay.
And then so when it sucks it up, the penis is engorged, so it stays that way at least for a while. Then some people also have so that's another thing. Some people have, like I said, some people have angioplasty, like endovascular surgery done. Then some people have the most common surgical distance that we have are the implants. Although usually they are the last line of.
Yeah.
So you'd have gone through all possible treatment options before you get to surgery. So, but oftentimes for surgery, because you have gone through all treatment options, meaning that you want this thing to work, as it were. How can I say it now? Cure can come as high as 90%, although it is more reliable in younger men.
Okay.
Yes, it's not reliable in older men, but for people that go through surgical management of erectile dysfunction with implants, with how can I say it now? So penile arch dilation, outflow obstruction. Because some people go as much as using, they call them, I can't remember what they call them, but they work like tourniquets. So when the penis gets engorged, they tie it at the base so it doesn't flow out back. So, but yes, so surgical venous outflow obstruction and whatnot. When these surgeries are done, they can help to at least hold the cure. They can help with the cure. The cure can be as high as 90%, and oftentimes there's often no relapse for many. So I just don't know. I don't know how often those procedures are done on this end. Because many people would often go for pharmacological. They are going to maybe a prescription of over the counter, gotten drugs, and then they would have sorted themselves out.
Okay. Yes, I understand that. Thank you very much. So finally, because we're pressed with time, how affordable, are the treatment options for erectile dysfunction? And sometimes when things are not affordable, I don't know if it stems some kind of behavior where people want to live in a certain kind of way because they know if their body goes this angle, there's no way for them to get money. Physical, where the herbs come into play, where does diet come into play, where does your lifestyle come into play? And firstly, how affordable is the treatment option? And then where does herbs and diet and your lifestyle come into play?
Yes. So first of all, how affordable? Well, depends on, like I said, because there are many treatment options. Usually, when we start with the how can I put it? With the pharmacological, that's the part where we have to do with sildenafil, tadalafil. Those ones are a bit cheap, depending on what brand you are buying. Because with many medications, oftentimes the brand making or the company making the drugs determines how expensive it will be. You can get a multi-cloud for as low as 2,000 around on the market.
That's affordable.
And then I'm saying you can get a multi-cloud as low as 2,000 around the market. And then some other brand can tell you because it's GSK, they're selling just 35,000. The same medication.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So, for example, I don't know, I think at some point there was time when the pharmacy had Viagra on sale for as low as 1,000. But then I saw the same Viagra in another pharmacy. Label was 10,000. So oftentimes for most pharmacology is still within, depending on what, if you're looking for brand, fine. But depending on what's affordable, what is attainable in the Nigerian market is still within reach. That's the reason why most people would not present to the hospital with erectile dysfunction. They probably have gone to the pharmacy first. Give me so and so. And the funny part is many of the herbs that we often use, what are they calling these things? All these alomobita, scola calagbo and whatnot. All those herbs actually have those drugs in them.
Okay. So are you trying to say, are you advocating for those herbs?
I'm not advocating for those herbs because now this is the thing. This is where the problem comes in. When stuff like this happen, there is usually the issue with them. There's usually the issue with some people. If they use overdose of these medications, they can have what we call priapism. That priapism is what we call painless, purposeless, sustained penile erection. So in that case, they will be in pain, like terrible pain, and then because of the fact that the penis is not coming down, it's not getting flaccid as it were, there could be injury to the penile tissues all the way. So oftentimes the idea is that you should have it in a regulated dose. But many of those herbs have them in surplus.
Yes.
That's where the problem comes in. So somebody can drink and then it's on for like 3 days and it's almost dead.
Oh.
So it happens like that. So the first thing is, depending on what modality you are going for, it determines how. For surgery, it's expensive. That I can assure you, it's very expensive. But because the idea is the fact that you are going from the easier way up. The drugs are a little more affordable before you go all the way to surgery. And in fact, I can tell you that surgery is even more cheap. It's cheaper than angioplasty. If you want to have an implant in your blood vessel, you are talking millions, like in the tens of millions, not in the lower millions. So the idea oftentimes is that the body works as one.
Okay.
So you're preventing hypertension, you're preventing diabetes, you're preventing yourself from obesity, you're preventing yourself from erectile dysfunction. People that eat well, like properly, not junk. People that eat good food, vegetables, proteins in portion, carbohydrates in portion, a certain amount of fats in portion, a lot of water, less sugar, all those things work hand in hand. So as much as they are preventing you from having chronic systemic disease, they are also preventing you from having erectile dysfunction, because all this is, like I said, all diseases work hand in hand. So because of the vascular integrity, as long as you are not having one, you most likely will not have the other. And that's why I was talking about the fact that people that go to the gym, they tend to get honey a lot more than those that are sedentary, as it were. So good food and exercise works very well.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Adefusi Temiloluwa. It has been such an impactful perspective from you. So to wrap up this episode, you know how they say silence is golden? It's not really in the case of erectile dysfunction. If you have a pressing question and you require in-depth answers, then send an email to healthmattersbdtv.ng@gmail.com. I'll say it again. healthmattersbdtv.ng@gmail.com. I'm Amanda Emasigwe saying it is time to speak up. Go for check-ups, stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching Business Day television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
And this is the Business Day television news update brought to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, the federal government pushes for 17.89 trillion naira new loans to finance 2026 budget. Nigeria and France sign tax administration pact. The federal government to capture 4 trillion naira power sector bond in MTEC. And Tinubu raises panel to settle 1.5 trillion naira contractor debt. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. Now, the federal government plans to borrow 17.89 trillion naira in 2026 to fund a widening budget deficit as revenue projections fall sharply below expenditure needs. Official figures in the 2026 abridged budget call circular issued by the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning show that total new borrowing will jump from 10.42 trillion naira in 2025 to 17.89 trillion naira in 2026, marking an increase of 7.46 trillion naira and fresh loans over 1 year. Amid concerns over a rising debt cost, now, this borrowing requirement is reportedly driven by a larger fiscal deficit and a weaker revenue outlook, even as overall expenditure is projected to fall slightly compared with the current year. And the framework, however, puts the 2026 fiscal deficit at 20.12 trillion naira, up from 14.10 trillion naira, and approved for 2025, representing an increase of 6.02 trillion naira, or about 43% year on year. And despite this jump in the nominal deficit, the deficit to gross domestic product ratio is projected to decline from 4.17% in 2025 to 3.61% in 2026, reflecting a higher projected GDP base. And the federal government has signed a landmark cooperation agreement with France to accelerate the digital transformation of Nigeria's tax administration, boost cross-border enforcement, and strengthen institutional capacity. The pact signed by the Federal Inland Revenue Service and France Direction General des Français Publics comes just weeks before FIRS transitions into the Nigerian Revenue Service in January 2026. A statement released by the presidency on Wednesday revealed that the memorandum of understanding focuses on modernizing revenue systems through improved compliance management, enhanced taxpayer services, and data-driven enforcement. According to the statement, the partnership prioritizes workforce development, with both countries committing to building professional standards, strengthening human capital, and developing globally competent teams to support the future of public finance administration. And meanwhile, the federal government has announced that a newly launched power sector liquidity bond designed to settle decade-long 4 trillion naira debt owed to electricity generation companies will be fully captured in the country's medium-term expenditure framework, a move officials say strengthens its credibility and guarantees repayment. According to report, this will also increase the nation's public debt by 4 trillion naira. Now, speaking at a virtual investor forum convened by the Federal Ministries of Finance and Power, top government officials and financial advisors revealed that the debt instrument, backed by a sovereign guarantee, is central to the presidential power sector debt reduction program and marking the administration's boldest attempt yet to restore confidence in Nigeria's troubled electricity supply industry. And Cardinal Stone Partners Group Managing Director Michael Nzewi told prospective investors that the bond should not be confused with previous power sector interventions that failed to close liquidity gaps, stressing that the inclusion of the debt in the MTEF elevates it to a statutory government obligation. The managing director explained that the bond has a defined purpose of injecting liquidity into the power sector to make it financially viable, unlike regular sovereign issuances that disappear into general financing. Coming up, Tinubu raises panel to settle 1.5 trillion naira contractor debt. This and more after this short break. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You're welcome to News Update. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu expressed grave displeasure over the backlog of unpaid federal contractors and set up a high-level committee to resolve the bottlenecks and fund repayment. Briefing State House correspondent after the Federal Executive Council meeting in Abuja, Special Advisor on Information and Strategy Bayo Onanuga says the president was upset after learning that about 2,000 contractors are owed. According to Onanuga, the committee includes the Ministers of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edo, Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Atiku Bagudu, Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, Education Minister, Olatunji Lausa, among others. Onanuga added that the Director General of the Bureau of Public Procurement briefed the Council on the magnitude of the legacy debt, prompting the President's directive. The special advisors comment to follow weeks of pressure from contractors who decried delays in payment of arrears for jobs completed since the previous year. And also the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has resumed large-scale importation of petrol barely a year after declaring it had stopped bringing the product into the country. And latest figures from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority shows that the NNPC imported the bulk of Nigeria's petrol needs in November, as the importers supplied 1.563 billion litres during the month. The publication is part of a new monthly reporting framework and regular introduced last month to strengthen transparency and provide real-time insight into fuel supply, consumption, and refinery performance across the country. According to the report, NNPC Limited and other marketers imported 52.1 million litres of petrol per day in November, amounting to 1.563 billion litres for the month. Now, this represents a near 89% increase compared to the 828 million litres imported in October, highlighting a sharp rebound in fuel importation after weeks of below threshold supply. A media aide to former Labour Minister Chris Ngige, Fred Chukwuelube, has revealed that Ngige is currently in the custody of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Chukwuelube debunked rumors that the ex-governor of Anambra State had been kidnapped as speculation spread on Monday after unverified reports claimed that Ngige had been abducted by unknown assailants. The media aide revealed that he had been inundated with calls over the alleged abduction, but stressed that the reports were entirely false, adding that further details regarding the former minister's engagement with the anti-graft agency will be communicated in due course. Ngige has been in the spotlight in recent weeks following an attack on his convoy on November 27 along Nkpo Nobi Road in Idemili North local government area of Anambra State. And meanwhile, two Nigerian women, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and Mo Abudu, had been listed among Forbes' 100 World's Most Powerful Women for 2025. The list published on the magazine's website on Wednesday recognizes women who hold significant influence in business, politics, culture, and global leadership. And according to reports, the Forbes list also highlight the growing impact of both Nigerian women in global trade and media. They appear alongside world figures such as European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde, and Japan's first female Prime Minister Senator Takahashi, and Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum, and Namibia's Prime Minister Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah. Okonjo-Iweala ranked 92nd as the current Director General of the World Trade Organization and the first woman and first African to hold the position, which she assumed in March 2021. And Forbes described her as an economist and international development professional with more than 30 years of experience working in Asia, Africa, Europe, Latin America, and North America. Coming up, ECOWAS to scrap air ticket taxes from January 2026 to port airfare costs. This and more after this break. Stay with us.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Scrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard, a wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well, a robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Scrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Scrella.
Welcome back to Business Day Television and News Update. Now, the Economic Community of West African States says it will abolish air ticket taxes across all airports in the sub-region by January 1, 2026 in a major step aimed at reducing the notoriously high cost of air travel in West Africa. Chris Appiah, ECOWAS Director of Transport and Communications, disclosed the policy shift during an interview with journalists on the sidelines of the ECOWAS Council of Ministers meeting on Wednesday in Abuja. Appiah says the directive approved by the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government in December 2024 follows years of technical studies confirming that West Africa has the highest airfares in Africa, driven largely by government-imposed taxes and aviation charges. According to him, studies show that 64% to 70% of the cost of a typical airline ticket in West Africa is made up of taxes and charges far higher than what passengers face in other African regions. And moving on, a Kenyan court has suspended a health funding agreement the government signed with the United States on December 4, worth more than $1.6 billion until it hears a data privacy case filed by a consumer protection group. The pact signed in Washington was the first of its kind under an overhaul of U.S. foreign aid introduced during President Donald Trump's administration. And since then, other African nations, including Rwanda and Uganda, have signed similar agreements as countries receive U.S. health funds, but are also required to increase their own domestic health spending under the deals. The Consumers Federation of Kenya petitioned the High Court to halt the agreement until concerns over the safety of citizens' health data are addressed. And now moving on to the foreign scene, President Donald Trump has launched a scheme offering fast-track U.S. visas to wealthy foreigners who can pay at least $1 million. Trump says the card will give buyers the direct path to citizenship for all qualified and vetted people, expressing excitement that the great American companies can finally keep their invaluable talent. The Trump Gold Card, which was first announced earlier this year, is a U.S. visa awarded to those who can demonstrate they will provide a substantial benefit to the country. Now, this reportedly comes as Washington intensifies its immigration crackdown, including raising work visa fees and deporting undocumented migrants. The Gold Card scheme promises a U.S. residency in record time and will require a $1 million fee, which is evident that the individual will substantially benefit the United States. And also about 34 people have died and dozens more are injured after airstrikes from Myanmar's military hit a hospital in the country's west on Wednesday night. The hospital is reportedly located at Rockyu town in Rakhine State, an area controlled by Arakan Army and one of the strongest ethnic armies fighting the country's military regime. And reports reveal that thousands have died and millions have been displaced since the military seized power in a coup in 2021 and triggered a civil war. The military has intensified airstrikes to take back territory from ethnic armies in recent months, deploying empowered leaders to drop bombs on its enemies. The Myanmar military has not commented on the strikes, which come as the country prepares to vote later this month in its first election since the coup. I will bring you sports news after this short break. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back now to sports news. Noni Madueke scored twice as Arsenal beat Club Brugge to maintain their 100% record in the Champions League and secure their place in the knockout phase. Mikel Arteta made 5 changes to the side that lost to Aston Villa on Saturday. It was one of those players, Madueke, who opened the scoring with an excellent strike. The England winger shrugged off one defender before smashing a 20-yard effort off the crossbar. Madueke, who opened his Arsenal account against Bayern Munich a fortnight ago, struck again after 25 minutes in Belgium. He picked up the ball inside the host half, brushed off left back, and Jokins says, and unleashed a venomous 22-yard shot that crashed in off the underside of the bar. And just 80 seconds into the second half, Madueke grabbed his second of the night, heading home Martin and Zubimendi's across. And now to end the news, of former Manchester United midfielder Paul Pogba has ventured into the world of camel racing after investing in the Saudi Arabia-based team and Habub. And the French midfielder has become both a shareholder and ambassador for Habub, the world's first professional camel racing team competing across the United Arab Emirates and the Gulf. Pogba, who became the world's most expensive footballer when he rejoined Manchester United from Juventus for £89 million in 2016, said being the world's most expensive footballer was an honor, but it also came with a lot of hard work, pressure, and responsibility. In his words, owning the world's most expensive camel one day will be a beautiful full-circle moment, something fun, meaningful, and exciting. AI Hub, founded by entrepreneurs Omar Almena and the Safwan Madeira, is the world's first modern camel racing team to compete internationally. Now, this is where we wrap up the Business Day television news update this afternoon. Remember to follow us across platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insight. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends,
the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, Mr. Joker. We can't see you. Your video is turned off, so you won't show. You have to turn on your video. What's happening again? You put off your video. Your video is on mute, so we can't see you. So you have to unmute your video so we can see you. What I'm trying to do. Okay. I think it's difficult for you. Can you have someone help you? Because that's what we're trying to do here. Okay, so Mr. David, while she tries to put on our video, can you please introduce yourself? Let everyone know you.
Okay, hi everyone. Good afternoon. My name is David S. Batu. I'm the MD CEO of Sahems Group. Sahems Group is a group of companies where we have Sahems Travels. That's the most popular one. It's a travel agency with our head office in Abuja. We also have a branch office in Lagos. I'm currently in Lagos at the moment, and then we also have a branch in Nairobi, Kenya. We also have under our company Food and Forest. It's a restaurant, intercontinental restaurant located in Abuja. We also have our VIP concierge services in Lagos here, and Batu Homes, a shortlets apartments located in Abuja. We've been operating since 2012, so we've been around for some time now, and yeah, we love what we do. I'm currently doing my MBA with Lagos Business School. I'm almost done, so I'm also a student. Besides being a businessman, yes, and my hobbies are I love to travel. I travel a lot. Of course, that's how I even met Esther, and that's just about me. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, nice to meet you, Mr. David. I see you're eating all the whole morning in Lagos. You're touching everywhere, and it's a good thing. And that's why we brought you here, so we can learn one or two from you. Everybody's eager to learn from you. Thank you for coming on board today.
Pleasure is all mine. I'm always glad to share what I know.
Thank you. Miss Ajoke, can we see your face? Please. Okay. Hi, Miss Ajoke. Yeah, we can see your face. It's still not coming up. But we can see you now. It's still not coming. No, we can see you now. See me? Yes, I can see you.
You can see my face now.
Yes,
Is
I
that
can
me?
see your face.
Oh,
Yes,
right.
yes. So please just briefly introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Ajoke Salami Adetle, the CEO and founder of Policy Nigeria. I'm an IATA certified travel and tour consultant with a degree in English language and a diploma in ticketing and reservations. So I believe travel has the power to broaden minds, inspire growth, and bring people closer to the world around them. So that's it. So today I'm excited to join this to share my insights and lessons that continue to push me forward in this industry. Thank you for having me, and I look forward to an inspiring session together.
Thank you, Mr. Joke. Why I actually picked all the speakers on this session is because I have personally had one or two encounters with you all, and I actually admire you all a lot. I see the way you take your business to the next level, and I feel like there's no other better top industry players to bring on this session and to bring you guys on board, and so that you guys can help us tell our millennials how the different opportunities they have in travels and tourism. So I'm excited to learn from you today. Thank you for coming on board, Mr. Joke. So I think Mr. Dr. Oduntayo is going to join us shortly, but before then, this is what we do every year. So Millennial Hangout is not just, we do it monthly, but every year, especially in December, we like to host it for travels and tourism because we know a lot of people, they need to learn different things. So starting the new year, we feel there's a new opportunity for you to unlock. And I know that there are a lot of levels in the travels and tourism industry, which people has not even touched, which they've not even tapped to. And I feel by the time you share your experience, how this all started and how they can see different opportunities in the travels and tourism, they would see how they can start another line of income for themselves. So thank you for coming on board. And so we're just going to dive into it because I don't want to take much of your time. I know we're all busy people. So in no particular order, Mr. David, we're going to start from you. You're just going to give us a 10 minutes presentation. And in that presentation, you're just going to tell us about the various opportunities in travels and tourism, why you started, why you went into travel and tourism, why you feel people should come on board, why people should unlock what's the potentials in travels and tourism. And I know it's not just about making money. I know they can make money in travels and tourism. And I also know this travels and tourism that you can make money in can also bring you down if you're not careful. So you have to tell us what are the things that can actually bring them down and the things they should look forward to for people that are about to start, people that are interested in going into travels and tourism. So Mr. David, the floor is yours for 10 minutes.
All right. Okay. 10 minutes is a short time, but let me see what I can do. So first of all, I always tell people that if you want to enter the travel and tourism industry, I will first of all start by defining the word hospitality on how I have coined it. And I say hospitality is the way you treat people with warmth, respect, and care. And it's the way they feel after you've treated them. If you are somebody that does not have empathy, that does not care about people, you cannot be in the travel, tourism, and hospitality industry. It is not possible. Because for us, for us at Hems Travels, it's not just about maybe booking hotels, booking tickets, booking accommodations, and all that. It is creating experiences for our customers. So for me, I will always say that travel is an emotional industry. And people would always remember how you make them feel. People can always book first class tickets anywhere. They can book directly with the airlines, can book with online service providers. But if they come to you, it is about how you make them feel. Then talking about that, the basic knowledge for you to have in this industry, besides empathy, which to me is 50%, you have to understand the technology that fires it. So for travel agencies, you have the GDS, that's the global distribution systems, such as Amadeus, Galileo, that you would have to learn. Either you learn it as a company, or you have staff that know it. So for me, as I mentioned, I have other businesses, so I'm not concerned in particularly knowing each of these things, but of course I have a broader knowledge and all. Then number 3, so number 1, I said customer service and empathy. Number 2 is technology and digital skills. Number 3 is problem solving, crisis management. Because let us be honest with ourselves, a lot of changes happen in this industry. Is it from the embassies? Is it from the destinations? Is it from the airlines? Is it from cancellations that are not your fault? But who does the client know? You. So your crisis management and problem solving skill has to be top notch. Lots of delays can come, lots of things could come, even from the hotels. Even while your clients are over there, while your clients are at the embassy, all these things could come up. So your problem-solving skills are very, very, very important for you to be able to survive in this industry. Then, talking about sales, sales is very, very important. And I always tell people that CEO, you have to do things in ways that work for you. So, for example, people are in Nigeria, what are our clients always complaining about? Prices. Because a client is chatting me, he's chatting Tripaholics, he's chatting other travel agencies to find out the best rate for them. There's no client loyalty anymore because of course, the economic situation we are in. So what I always advise those that are coming in the industry is choose off-peak periods. If you are doing packages and deals, choose off-peak periods. For those that don't have travel history, don't have, travel history and all, visa is always a challenge. Choose countries that have easier visa processes. For example, Kenya has for Nigerians can travel to Kenya without a visa. You can go to Qatar. Visas are pretty straightforward. Singapore, pretty straightforward. And some other countries, that I can't mention for lack of time. Choose those kind of countries for your packages so that it encourages first-time travelers and those that want to also travel to those kind of places. Then, of course, you also have to know what they call market demography. You want your clients that want to go for a honeymoon, you know where to send them: Mauritius, Seychelles, and the rest of it. Those that want to go for medical treatment, Turkey, you have UAE. UAE doubles for both, of course, tourism and medicals, and then maybe India. And then when you have corporate clients, you also encourage them that, okay, you are going for this program. There's something called by leisure. So you are going for a program, you are going for a business activity or a MICE program. You can say, okay, 4 days for your program, 3 days, I can create travel packages for you. And right now we're in 2025. You cannot take the role of AI and automation, right? So in our company, we've involved things like chatbots to help us with managing our staff. We have a virtual technology to help some of our clients even explore some places before they even travel at these places. Another thing I would mention in this industry is trust. I always tell people that trust is like capital in the travel industry, right? We've been around for more than 12, a decade plus. And one thing I will tell you that trust is very, very important. You can do all the social media marketing, you can do all that, but that trust, which translates to referrals, is the number one thing that helps you. I have clients that I have never met personally that transfer hundreds of millions to our account. And I'm like, okay, like, why do you trust us so much? The next day, oh, don't worry about that. Somebody told us about you, that we can do business with you and close our eyes. That is even more than any business and social media can give, because of course, both from social media, they're also trying to check whether you are trustworthy and all that. But when somebody that has experienced your service and has experienced very good service from you goes and tells somebody about it, the person does not even want to see you. The person does not even want to come to your office. He just trusts you to do business with them. So those are some of the very, very, very effective things that we can do. Then talking about social media, I see people starting businesses and they're not promoting that business. And when I see such things, now I'm talking about effective channels of marketing your travel and tourism business. And when I see such things, I just whisper to myself that, see, this person has what he's selling, it's not this travel or whatever business he's doing that he's selling. Because you are selling a business. I have been in this business for more than 12 years, but every day, I'm sure you see my status on Instagram and WhatsApp. I'm putting our packages, I'm putting our deals, I'm putting our private deal charters, our tour itineraries, our ticket deals. I'm putting all that out there, and I'm encouraging all our staff to do so, because people can see these things. We use Instagram, we use TikTok. We have a community where we sell, a B2B community where we sell and we buy, that is also operated by us. We use influencers, we use collaborations. But then, as I said, don't go and use an influencer that does not erode trust, because if people do not trust you in this business, I don't know of other businesses, so I know of travel and tourism, they will not put their life into your hands. It is very, very, very important. So Another thing is collaborations. We work in an industry that needs collaboration more than any other thing. And when I see people competing, I know that they are just being myopic, because I do not own. There are some things that I am strong with, and there are some other things that maybe Tripolix or Aeroport is strong with. For example, Aeroport, that's Mr. Gideon, is strong with training, and he has trained over 10 of our staff in his aviation school. If I say that, okay, I'm competing with him, I do not do training. You get, there's some things that I'm very strong with that other agents come to me and you. So, collaborations are very, very, very important in this industry. And for us, another thing that has also helped us is building our value chain. So first of all, we started with just ticketing. And when we started with ticketing, we discovered that, okay, most of our clients needed places to visit, different destinations and all that. We now started source. From those, we now discovered that some of the parents, some of the children of our clients were, oh, I want to study abroad, want to go to this place, they want to go to Turkey, want to go to Russia, want to go to Cyprus, we want to go to all these countries. We now started a study abroad department. From then, we don't discover that, oh, we have HNI clients. So our HNI clients, besides wanting first class, if they are in Nigeria, they want private jet charters, they want VIP cars and all that. And then we now started doing, we now had a department that does VIP chauffeurs and concierge services. So you can see how it has organically grown by demand, right? Not because, okay, oh, we want to, compete or want to stay, is because of demand from our customers. So again, I will always sell budding entrepreneurs, especially in these industries, that grow organically. Don't see what other people are doing outside and copy it. There's always a demand in your company. Do what, of course, you can start with collaborations. But when you now grow muscle and you now grow the contacts and you now have the finance to start doing those things yourself, it is very, very good to also integrate those things in your system. And then I can't even emphasize about training. Training is very, 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 very important. We do trainings in our office corporately, number one, and then we also encourage staff to do training. So I just finished an end of year evaluation with some of my team members in Abuja, and I was telling them that for some of them that have not pushed themselves from doing what they said they were going to do. I'm talking of your own training, or it could be a master's, it could be a program, it could be different things. And Aeroport is here, he can confirm that I have put some of my staff, most of my staff have enrolled in his academy. The ones in Lagos have enrolled in his academy, because if you have staff that are not building themselves, are not being better, it is going to pull down the company. So I always laugh at people that are threatening that, oh, their staffs are doing programs or building themselves, that, oh, they are going to leave their company. No, that is not what you should be scared of. A staff that does not build themselves, that does not train themselves, is going to drag your company down. So for me as well, it is in this company that I've done my MBA and I'm done. Our manager has also done his master's and has done, and also some of our staff members. And besides those physical training, we also encourage staff. I have been to about 35 countries so far, and I also encourage staff to also travel. Sometimes some of them are partly sponsored by the company, so that they can see what they are selling. When people see what they are selling and they come back, the passion, it's not even a direct thing. It's ingrained. When you can see something, when you are selling it, it is a very different ball game altogether. And then I'm going to also talk about the role of content marketing in tourism. It is unfortunate that when I go on social media these days, I see a lot of content creators selling things and selling travel packages and telling lies, because what they are saying does not translate to what it is there. And I have put together things that genuine people in the industry can do to push their content. Number one, content is supposed to build trust. You don't need to go and start telling people that, oh, you can get a job in Portugal without zero experience and all that, so that they will come to you. That is not the purpose of, I believe, of content creation. Content creation are things that sometimes you are not directly pushing out your company, but you are talking about that thing that you know. For example, I can talk about destination guides. Oh, when you are in Europe, you can use this trains to connect for faster destination. This is how it works. This is how it does, and all. Then I can now pitch later that, oh, if you now need this kind of services, Science Travels can guide you. I can talk about visa updates. I can say, oh, right now Singapore are issuing visas, Qatar are issuing visas. Oh, Dubai, for Dubai visas, you have to be 45 years and above. I can give out those information, and then at the tail end, I can announce that, oh, if you need some of these services professionally, my company can provide them for you. I can talk about travel hacks, how you can save money while traveling, and then at the end of the day, I can pitch my company. But when your content is just out to lie to people, to make maybe those that are genuine, because what I have also noticed is that most of these content creators, first of all, they will now say, oh, do not go and pay your money to an agent, do not go and do all those things. Then they will now bring falsehood to now state what they want. And when you go and use such people, at the end of the day, you are going to cry premium tears. For me personally, over the years, I do not even try to convince a client. I'll tell you my offerings, my value proposition. And if you are not satisfied, I can even recommend somebody else for you to go and use. It is as easy as that, because we believe in what we have done, we believe in our growth, and we believe in the value that we can offer and have offered our clients within the years. So basically, that is just what I would like to share about my journey in this industry. And again, I will also say the first thing that I mentioned before: if you do not have empathy, I first of all started by defining what hospitality meant. If you don't have empathy, if you don't see this job of tourism on how you make your client feel and how they respond to that, you have no business to be in this industry. So I think I've exhausted my 10
Thank you
minutes.
so
That's
much,
just what I
Mr.
have to share.
David. Thank you so much, Mr. David. It's really exciting because I really learned a lot from it. I learned the fact that empathy, without empathy, you cannot run in the hospitality business. And I also like the fact that you talked about trust. And I also like the fact that you pointed out that this industry is not about competition. We should learn to collaborate with each other, because I noticed a lot of people want to compete, like, oh, this company is making it, I want to go there, and they end up bringing the other company down, bringing themselves down as well. Thank you so much. I have a lot of questions for you, but I'll come back to you. We have Dr. Taiwo in the house. Dr. Taiwo, can we please see your face?
Yes, my real face. Good afternoon.
Hi, Dr. Taiwo, aka Giddy Boss. If you guys don't know, this is the Giddy Boss, the one and only Giddy Boss. So it's nice to have you here. Can you please introduce yourself?
All right. It's a pleasure being here this beautiful afternoon. Good afternoon, moderator. Good afternoon, my beautiful and handsome colleagues, Mr. David and Miss Esther, and Miss. Sorry, I used to miss her name. Ajoke. Yeah. So there's no need for formal introduction. My name is Dr. Taiwo Gideon. I'm popularly known as Giddy Boss. I'm the CEO of Aeroports Group, and it's a pleasure being here on Business Day TV to share with us the benefits that comes with our business in the travels. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dr. Giddy Boss, Dr. Oduta Ayo. So, aka Giddy Boss, I just call you Giddy Boss.
Don't say Giddy Boss, give us this fine.
Yes, okay. So, Mr. David already talked about the opportunities and the different things we have in travels and tourism. He talked about hospitality, he talked about trust, he talked about collaboration, he talked about empathy, he talked about a whole lot, and I'll have questions for him, but right now, Ms. Ajoka is going to go. After that, Mr. Ajoka is going to have the floor for 10 minutes, after which you're going to come on board for 10 minutes, tell us the different opportunities. I know you have a lot of group, you have a whole lot, and everybody's itching to hear from you, how you started, how you got here, because I know it's not an easy feat. Like, having a whole aviation school is not a small thing. So you have to tell us what we need to know, how we can also make it in this industry, because a lot of people are itching to hear this. So after Ms. Ajoke, you're next in line for 10 minutes. So Ms. Ajoke, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. I have some things to talk about regarding the opportunities in travel and tourism. But first, let's start with what travel is, right? So travel is the movement from one place to another, typically over a distance of some length. While tourism is the industry and activities like hotels, tours, dining, supporting the visitor at their destination, focusing on visitor experiences. So we have different types of travel. Now we have the local travel, some call it domestic travel, some call it inbound travel. Then we also have the regional travel and we have the international, which most people know about. So this local travel is the that is exploring destinations within your own city, your region, your country. I'm sure most people don't even explore their country. Like me, myself, I can count the places I've visited within my own country. So I know I'm guilty, right? Then we also have the regional travel, that is traveling within a specific geographical area, larger than local, but smaller than national. That is, we have the West Africa, the Southeast Asia. So you can go there, there are neighboring countries, that's another type of travels, and we have the international travel, which most people know about. That's simply traveling to a country different from your country of residence, crossing international borders for purposes like leisure, business, visiting families, or even study. Then we have opportunities in this travel and tourism sector. Now, the opportunities in travel and tourism are wide-ranging, covering areas such as the hospitality, like Mr. David mentioned earlier. We have the transportation, we have attractions, tour operators, that's where we fall in, then events, management, and digital marketing. So let's start with the hospitality. Right, hospitality, that's the hotels, we have the resorts, we have vacation rentals, we have housekeeping, guest services, front desk, like that. Then the transportation aspect is we have either by air, by road, or by water, where we have airline, pilots, flight attendant, ground staff rather, and operations managers. Railways, that's the cruise lines, and for the car, we have car rentals, we have the airport pickup, airport transfers. Then for the tour operators, that's where we fall in. These businesses focus on creating and selling various events, including conferences, exhibitions, weddings, which attract visitors to specific destinations. So let me add one more, which is food and beverage services. It's also part of the opportunities you can get in the travel and tourism sector, where we have opportunities that are available in restaurants, caterings, and hotel dinings, which includes roles like chefs, bartenders, and managers. So these job roles, for job roles in the travel and tourism aspect, we have a whole lot. Let me start with the travel agents and consultants rather. So for travel agencies, we have different kind of job roles. So these are where the opportunities lie. There are lots of them, lots. For travel agencies, we have different kind of services that they provide. Some travel agencies focus on visa only. I don't know if you are aware of that. Some travel agencies focus on tickets only. And some travel agencies focus on tour packaging. Some focus on study packages, right? Then some handles pilgrim packages. That's where you have these people going to Mecca, those going to Israel. Then for this travel, for us, we handle more tour packaging, which I know you are aware of. We do lots of tour packaging. Then if you're handling tour packaging, means you should have that knowledge of virtually all of these services. In short, you need to have that knowledge of visas, that is visa applications, then ticketing, hotel, tours. There are lots and lots that makes up a tour package. So that's what we handle. We do all of this. So with that, there are lots of job roles there. From there, you can get a ticketing agent, you can get a tour consultant, you can get a visa consultant. You can even get people handling airport pickup, airport transfers. That's their own job role. So there are lots of job roles in the travel and tour line. Then for the hotel managers, I think I mentioned it earlier, overseeing all hotel operations, you have staff and guest satisfaction. The tour guiding coordination, that's another thing. Leading groups on tours and ensuring smooth travel experiences. Then digital marketing specialists. is also part of it. Event planners, you see them, airline staff, know of the cabin crew, ticketing officers, and operations managers. Then sustainability manager focusing on eco-friendly practices in the growing sustainability tourism sector. So to thrive in this industry, like Mr. David mentioned earlier, to thrive in this industry, you need a blend of soft and technical skills are very, very essential, because without these skills, you cannot even thrive in the tourism, especially our own sector. We tour operators. If you don't have some of these things, like he said, he talked about empathy. Now, before going into this, before I started before I started Tripolix, I'd already worked at some other travel companies before I started Tripolix. And initially, I didn't know that I could even start my own travel company. But because I've had one-on-one conversation with some customers, some clients, and I noticed that most people had been preferring me to attend to their packages. And most people will say, oh, it's Ajoke, Ajoke. I've noticed it from different companies, because where I worked, where I worked like 2 years before I started my own company, some people, because they usually handle corporates. So from some of these corporates, people will reach out. They will say, oh, it's Ajoke that they want. And I'll be like, why me? Because they're so comfortable with us, with my own service. So I just felt that, oh, it's something I can also handle, because I already had this knowledge from my aviation school, and right from time, I'd always wanted to own my own travel company. So with that, I started, and I didn't believe that I could even do well. Then, like he said, referral really matters. If you don't do well, you can, even one customer can get you a whole lot of customers. So there's some clients that we talk to, and before you know it, you'd have done well for them. They would have gone on a trip. They'll come back with good feedback. And next thing, they'll be like, oh, I have some people for you. Or some people might even call and say, oh, they got their contact through so person. And that was how it had been. Like that, from one referral to another referral to another referral, and everything had been going well. So I still have to talk about these skills that you need to have. Strong communication and customer service skill is very, very important. Problem solving and adaptability is very, very important. Cultural awareness when working with diverse clients is also very important. Proficiency in travel software and digital tools. Sales skills and attention to details. Attention to details is one of the most important things. If you don't pay attention to details, you won't get to anywhere in our travel firm, because we have rules and regulations every now and then. Rules change every now and then. Today's rule might be different from tomorrow's rule. You need to read, you need to explore, you need to understand what you are doing. You need to pay attention to details, like I said. Then that strong communication and customer service skills is very, very important. You need to communicate properly with clients. If you cannot communicate properly, your clients will understand the itineraries of your packages, right? You need to help them. You need to break things down for them, from the visa to the ticket, to the hotels, to the tours, to everything. You need to explain things to them. And problem solving is very important. You should be able to provide solutions when problem arises. Lots of times, things like this happen. Sometimes, for instance, you might have some clients that are stuck in a particular country. You know, Nigerians' time, our time here, and some other countries, some foreign countries, we don't use the same timing. Other countries can be faster, that is, their time might be ahead of us, or we might be ahead of other countries. So look at that. You need to look at that time. You need to work with that. You need to do the calculation from your end. So once your clients are about to depart from a country, be aware that, oh, okay, this client, I know that, especially when you have lots of clients, I know that it might not be that easy, but that's why we have our team. We have them. We have some people that we assign to things like this. You need to be aware. despite the fact that we have tour guides at those countries, but we ourselves here need to be available for our clients. So if you need to, if they need us to provide any solution, of course we should be available for such. Some people cancel tickets at any time. Some postpone tickets. You need to be available to change their ticket for them. That's when solution comes in. Some like, oh, I'm sleeping. No, you can't be saying you are sleeping when you're a travel consultant. You need to be available. Cultural awareness. Cultural awareness means that you need to know the rules and regulations of some certain destinations you are profiling for clients. You need to let them know that, oh, when you are going to so country, you don't do this. We are going to so country, you don't do this. Like for instance, in Qatar, you don't wear clothes that are exposing. You need to let people know, especially when you know you have clients that are ready to wear exposing clothes. You let them know that, oh, in Qatar, you wear something very nice. Florid dress is very important. You don't wear exposing clothes. In Singapore, you don't chew gum. You get, so things like that, you need to let them know. Let them be aware of where they are going to. If they choose to go, fine. If they say because of that, I don't want that side. Some will say, oh, I don't want to go to any Islamic country. I want to go to other countries. Then you cannot prefer other solutions. That's where you should be there to give them this awareness. So proficiency in travel software is very important. Like Mr. David also mentioned earlier, yes, you need to understand our softwares, what we use in our industry. For ticketing, we have the GDS. The GDS is actually the global distribution system. That is a tool in which we use in booking flight tickets. Then we have different types of GDSs. We have the Amadeus, we have Galileo, we have Sabre. So you have to learn any of them. It's not compulsory for you to learn everything, but you need to be proficient in at least one. You should know how to do it. You should know how to book tickets. You should know how to cancel bookings. You should know how to do reissue. You need to be available for all of this. So those are the things you need to learn. Then you need to, like I said, pay attention to details, very important. You need to pay attention to details. That's even like number one for me. If you don't pay attention to details, you mix it up. Every ticket comes with rules and regulations. Every bookings come with rules. There are some bookings that will tell you that these bookings are non-refundable. These bookings are not cancelable. Some are refundable and some are not. And some are cancelable with charge. In short, most times with charges. You need to let clients know. A client cannot just call and say, I need flight tickets. And you just give them, you just work on.
Mr. Defe, you need to start rounding up now.
Yeah, okay. I'm so sorry. You can't you just need to pay attention to details, which is very, very important. So that's how it works in our industry. Without paying attention to details, rather, you won't get it well. You make mistakes, lots of mistakes, and at the end of the day, you start saying you want to close shop because you're tired. So because of that, I'm sure I've said enough, and with this, you must have been able to gather some of the opportunities or more for your own use. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ajoke. We've really learned. I personally have learned a lot from you, and I know the audience, they've learned a lot from you. Thank you so much. I like the fact that you said you need to be readily available. You can't be sleeping when your client is on a trip. You need to be readily available. That means a lot, and I think I'm taking that to notice, and I'm going to put that whenever I need to put it in use. Thank you so much. I have questions for you, but I will come back to you. Let's have Dr. Taiwo. Dr. Taiwo.
I'm with you here once again.
So the floor is just for 10 minutes.
Okay. My colleague have said it all. I will just make a little input if I can do that in the next 10 minutes. Okay. Once again, my name is Dr. Olida Taiwo Gideon. I'm the MD and the Group CEO of Aeroport Group. And Aeroport is actually a conglomerate of travel, aviation, tourism, hospitality, real estate, automobile, and the likes. And it's a pleasure being here on the Business Day Millennial Hangout. And thank you to Mr. Ajoke and Mr. David for shedding light as to the opportunities that we have in the travel and tourism industry. Okay, here's the simple truth, yeah? Africa's travel and tourism economy is not just about flights and hotels. My colleague have said that earlier. It's actually about people. It's about experiences and small, repeatable systems that actually turns moments into livelihoods. Right now, there are 3 fast-moving opportunities anyone can start from today. Starting with the domestic experience, like Ajoke mentioned, and also we have the travel technology and digital services, as well as skills, okay, being a product. When I mean skills being a product, that is what I do as a business, because I'm a travel consultant professionally. And one of the things that I do that actually stands me out in the travel and tourism industry is my platform, which I've given to people to train them. By the grace of God, tomorrow will be our 9th convocation and award ceremony for Aeroport College of Aviation and Travel Management, which is one of the businesses I run in the travel and tourism industry. And for my records, I'll be convocating about 7,000 people now from the last 9 years of establishing this institution. So, in other words, travel is not only limited to flight ticket, hotel accommodation. I'm letting us know that there are diverse opportunities. And what I've done further is that this year, 2025, September 12, 19 and 20th rather, 19 and 20th of September 2025, we launched the Travelpreneur Conference and Expo, which is actually a conference of which Mr. David Bato was one of our panelists on that session. So what I'm saying in essence is that there's so much that we can actually get. And recently, that was last weekend, I launched the Travelpreneur Masterclass series, which is actually the first edition. And our topic was Beyond the Tickets, the 7 practicable streams of income for travel professionals, which is actually having to unveil what other opportunities people can tap into. So if you want people to get the best of this session, I would advise that they make it a masterclass, or you host a masterclass, so that people can get a better understanding of what this is all about. It's not something we're going to talk about in 10 minutes. Trust me, you can't get the best of it. But albeit, we'll do a summary of what we have above all. So the travel industry, like I said, most people is only the tip. And most people only picture the tip. Okay, that's the real wealth in everyday experiences, the digital distribution, and the people who deliver services. And each of these things open entrepreneurs with little capital, but a lot of imagination. Okay, I did not start my travel business with a whole lot of money. Like I do say, I started from somewhere under the staircase at 53 of Afrima all the way in Ikeja, a very small space. But 11 years down the line today, we are here bigger and stronger by the grace of God. But the most important thing is, the interesting thing about the travel and tourism industry is that you don't need the whole of the monies to start with. Just be able to have that skill, which is the major thing you should have, the skill. Once you have the skill, you have the knowledge, you have the know-how, and you are able to implement all of the things that my colleagues have mentioned earlier, you are good to go. All right. So as a travel professional, I would like us to think first about domestic tourism. Is one of the opportunities that you should hold on to. Let me break it down. Opportunity number one is domestic and experience tourism. Okay, so post-pandemic, people want to go local. Personally, this Christmas, I don't want to go outside this country. I'll be going to Ikogosi Resort in Ekiti State, okay, with my family. And you need to look at what this place looks like. It's totally different from what it used to be. So after COVID-19, I personally started a local tour. And since 2020, 2021, and 2022, back to back, I got an award as the top 10 promoters of tourism in Nigeria. Okay, so this is because I started with what we call the 3-in-1 vacation. We had to go to Lekki. We went to for paintballing. A lot of people don't know about paintballing. It's a sport, it's a game, it's an adventure that everybody needs to be a part of. We went to Nikkei Art Gallery. We went to one of our beaches in Lagos, and that's an exploration of the whole of Lagos. So local tourism is one thing. That's one of the opportunities, like my colleagues as well. And the prices are quite affordable compared to having to go regional or international. Opportunity number 2 is the travel tech and digital services. When I talk about the travel tech and digital services, I'm talking about you not having to build a multi-billion-dollar app. Small technology solutions like creating a booking page. I unleashed this during my session. Okay, having to go on social media and resell somebody else's package. Okay, you can be a creator. You can package travel stories. And I was speaking to a lady yesterday. I was one of the speakers at the African Content Creators Conference yesterday, and a lady was having a conversation. She told me she just got back from Germany and she'll be going to India by January. She's going to spend about 5 weeks in Nigeria, and she'll also be going to the UK. What's she going to do? She's going to represent Nigeria because of the story she has told about the travel industry, about the destinations she has visited. And this is one of the things that you can do in the travel industry. Mr. David Barton talked about a lot of people who are content creators. And unfortunately, these people do not have the skills. They are not professionals. Okay? But the truth of the matter is that this content creation has opened a lot of doors for them, either we like it or not. All right? Let's not waste our time. Opportunity number 3 is skills, training, and professionalization. When I say skills, training, and professionalization, is similar to what I do. I have an aviation school, and I'm not limiting it only to aviation school where I bring in people who are coming on board, fresh graduates who are coming to the industry. I have a session where I also train professionals in form of a masterclass, and that's the Entrepreneur Masterclass series, which I launched last weekend. Okay, and it will be a monthly edition for people to get, and this is more for professionals, people who are already practicing in the industry. I'm not limiting it only to that. I host the first indigenous Entrepreneur Conference and Expo in Nigeria, and Entrepreneur Conference Entrepreneur Conference and Expo, TrapCon Expo. Okay, so this is another opportunity. It is skill training and professionalization. So what I did is to introduce a platform that will gather professionals, the big names in the industry. You can name them. Name the big names in the travel industry that are not in TrapCon Expo 2025. The likes of the group CEO of Wakana. We have the likes of Gogi Africa. We have the likes of Yaduni. We have the likes of Mr. Dayade Dayo, who is the #1 photographer in Nigeria, and name them. We have the DG of Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. This is a platform for professionals to grow. And I may not get the money now, and I'm pretty sure that sometime in the future, I will definitely get my investment back. And that is another opportunity that I would like us to also look into. Another one is the opportunity for reselling. That's affiliate marketing. So some people are not professionals, and you can't take that away. We all cannot sleep and face the same paths. Like Yoruba people used to say, we can't listen. Some people just need to affiliate with some companies, some tech companies, and resell their packages. So I will limit it at that. All right. But let me talk about 5 revenue models, okay, that you can monetize in the travel industry. Number 1 is direct booking and package sales, which I do, which we all do on this platform. We can book our packages ourselves, book our hotels ourselves, and we make our sales on packages. Number 2 is commission and affiliate partnership, which I've talked about earlier. Commission and affiliate partnership, which I've also mentioned. Number 3 is the training and master classes. What we are doing presently is actually because we know Esther. Esther is our friend. If I'm to come on board and speak on sessions like this, it comes with a price. Okay? And bringing the likes of myself, David, and Ajoke to come and speak on this session is something that is worth hundreds of thousands, running into millions of naira. Okay? But if this is just more like an interview session, so we'll take it as it is. But if we want to train our masterclass proper, is an avenue to generate funds. Okay? Next is event and MICE, which I do. Event and MICE. MICE is meeting, incentive, conference, and exhibition. You can start small corporate retreats. You can have corporate organizations that we deal with. We can put together, getaways. You can put together a retreat for these organizations, and this is another means of making money. And on the final note, which I will give as 5, is content monetization and sponsorship. If you do content, you can promote travel companies, you can promote what have you, and then you make a good money from it. Okay, so but another very important thing that you need to make all of these things achievable is you need what we call credibility. Credibility. When I announced AFCON Expo, people said it would be impossible. In fact, as a matter of fact, some people withdrew. But because I know what I carry, I believe in my idea, and I found small partners. Partners like that of David, called the likes of my former employers, called the likes of Mr. Bankole Bernard, called the likes of President of NANTA, called the likes of the Institute for Tourism Professions of Nigeria. They endorsed me, including Lagos State Ministry of Tourism, as well as the National Tourism Development Agency in Abuja. They endorsed AFCON Expo, and that gave us credibility. In other words, you need to have a solid background, and as a matter of fact, people must be able to trust you with their money, basically. And let me close with this. In the travel industry, you don't start with all of what I've mentioned earlier. If you see anybody who has grown to become successful today, Aeroport is 11 years old. On the 4th of December this year, we clocked 11. Tomorrow we'll be clocking our 9th convocation and award ceremony. It does not all start in a day. So the most important thing for anybody who wants to venture in the travel business, first of all, is to pick one niche experience. Start with something. Let them know you first with something. I started with a travel and tourism company like every other person would. Okay? And I later ventured into aviation training. At a point in time, I ventured into logistics when COVID-19 was really much in the system, in the country and around the world. I ventured into logistics. And at the point in time, I had opportunity for selling vehicles. And I ventured into that. Now I'm into mines, among others. Okay, we'll be launching our real estate brand come 2026. Now, these are all niches that are building and complementing each other, not what I started all at the same time. Okay, so as a matter of fact, let me just close it with this, that you can only be a specialist. You can't be a generalist. You can be a specialist. You let them know you for one thing. If you mention airports today, it's either what comes to your mind is, oh, the aviation training, or you say the travel agency, among other businesses that we do on the side. But the most important thing here is we are specialists on a particular thing, and we are launching other brands gradually. And I hope that with this short information I've shared with you, I've made this conversation beneficial to everyone of us. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taiwo. This is really, really awesome. You have to be a specialist and not a generalist. I love that. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate this. Thank you for not charging us and coming on board to teach us all you have. I really learned a lot. And I know that it's not easy to learn in 1 hour or 2 hours. So we'll think about how to bring up a master class so we can get you all to come and teach all these people that want to learn, because we know there's a lot of suffering in this country and people just stick to one source of income. They don't even know that they can start this thing from their home. You don't need to have an office, just like Dr. Taiwo said. You don't need to have an office to start this. So thank you so much, Dr. Taiwo. We'll be going into the session of questions and answer right now. So in no particular order, I'll be asking the questions. I'll just call a speaker to answer. So we've talked about skills. What are the skills and training needed to succeed in the travel and tourism industry? We're going to start from you, Dr. Taiwo. What are the skills that are needed, the skills and training needed to succeed in the travel and tourism industry? Can you hear me, Dr. Taiwo?
Oh, you want me to respond? Okay, I thought you said you're going to mention
yes, that's your first question. That's the first question. Oh, that's your first question. The skills and training needed to succeed in the travels and tourism industry.
What does matter the most is... Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry, I am...
Hello, Dr. Taiwo, can't hear you again. Okay, Dr. Taiwo. Mr. David, if you can't hear Dr. Taiwo, can you?
Oh, okay. Sorry, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, yes.
Sorry, my network is fluctuating. Okay, so I'm a fan of a statement here, and I make this statement every time I have the opportunity to share my knowledge with people, particularly for either you are a newbie or you are even experienced in the industry. What does really matter for anybody who is going to come into the industry? First of all, it must have what we call the certificates. So this certificates is what really does matter. Some people have certificate, they can't defend their certificate. So it is certificate that does matter. And this certificate rather is more or less like the skills. Now, what are those certificates? Number one, you must have a certificate for customer service, a very strong one at that. A very good customer service and communication skill is a skill number one, or the certificate number one that you must have. Number two is the knowledge of the global destinations. As a matter of fact, a lot of people do not know that there are so many websites where you can get free aviation trainings, free travel and tourism trainings, but because they do not give themselves to knowledge, they don't get it. Number three is a certificate of the global distribution system. I overheard Ajoke saying it earlier, okay? So GDS is the global distribution system. It could be Seba, it could be Amanos, it could be Galileo. You need that skill. You need that certificate. You also need a very good certificate on sales, marketing, and digital skills. If you don't have a knowledge of selling, marketing, if you are tired, if you are always, sales magic, involve me, like a slogan. Involve me. Can you sell? Can you follow up customer for 1 month on a ticket of 1 million naira? Involve me. Can you wake up in the middle of the night and be responding to tickets? Involve me. Can you, So another knowledge you should have is the basic geography and itinerary planning. All of these are being taught. If you come to Airport College of Aviation and Travel Management, we will teach you the rest. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taiwo. Thank you so much, Dr. Taiwo. Miss Ajoke, you're ready. Can you just answer the question for us?
Okay. What question, please?
What are the skills and training needed for the travel and tourism industry?
Okay.
Dr. Taiwo already gave us some parts, so just for you to add what you have.
Okay. Thank you for the question. The skills and training needed to succeed in travel industry. Number one, I think you mentioned that, which I will still add to it, is the customer service skills, which is very, very important. Ability to communicate clearly and warmly to clients is very, very key. You need to be patient, right? You need to have empathy and a client-centered mindset. You need to be able to propose solution during unexpected travel issues. I think I mentioned that when I was talking about the So another thing is this same communication skills, that is strong verbal and written communication. You should be able to communicate verbally to clients. Let them know the do's and don'ts. You need to let them know. Some clients don't even read. That's the honest truth. You should be able to put things into writing and also communicate verbally. Don't just depend on the written words. You still have to communicate verbally. Then you should also have industry trainings, such as you can have IATA. But IATA might look at it as IATA is actually one of is at the highest. It's not the highest per se, but it's one of the highest. Is at the high end, and some might look at that. IATA is so high for them, and they would like to do something lower. You can go for diploma in ticketing and reservation. Yes, most what do you call it? Aviation schools offer that service. Yes, they offer that. They do diploma in ticketing and reservation, which is open to everybody. You don't need to have a particular requirement before applying for that. As long as you have a school degree, it could be OND, it could be HND, but you can start with ticketing and reservation. Then from there, you can also enroll in any of these GDSs. Some companies even send their staff for these GDS trainings. So you should have this. That's even very important if you want to be in the ticketing line. So you should have that knowledge of Amadeus. That's the Amadeus, Seba, or Galileo. Those are the basic trainings under the GDS. Then sales and marketing skills. Everybody, we are all sales people. Yes. me, myself, I'm a salesperson, because if I don't come out to tell people what I do, how would they get to know? So you should be able to market what you're selling. You should be able to convince clients. If you don't know, if you can't do that, then you are not a salesperson. You can't just sit down in the office and say you're a boss without marketing what you do. You still have to come out to let people know what you do. So you should have understanding about what you do. You should understand properly of what you do and explain to people. So understanding customers' needs is also important. So those are the
thank you so much
needs to have. Then sorry, attention to details. I think I mentioned that. Yes.
Yes, you already did.
If you don't pay attention to details, you can't even venture into this business. It's very important because there are lots of errors that you might encounter in our industry. So you need to pay attention to details. It's very, very important. So you need to stay updated on travel regulations, trends, visas, and sustainable travel practices. Very, very key. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ajoke. Thank you so much. I think I've learned, I just understand that one thing everybody needs to have, you need to have the customer service skills and you need to know how to sell. Of course, everybody should be a salesperson. Thank you so much. Mr. David, do you have any other thing to add to this apart from what they've said?
I think Dr. Gide Boss and Ajoke said everything. And I really like the way Dr. Gide Boss cut was, so when I went for his program, that was the first time I heard travelpreneur. So like I thought about it, I'm like, wow, this is really deep. Travelpreneur. And now he now said certificate.
Certificate, yeah.
Yes, so now when these things are things that when you just hear about it, you will just laugh. But when you think about it, it is really, really deep. Because you see people come with, very good CVs, very, very fantastic CVs, 2-1, they read geography and all and all and all. But when you now employ them, they do very, very interview. When you employ them, they just cannot do the job. You understand? So when he says, when you sabi the thing, it's not just about having it on paper. It's about also applying it. And let me give you an example. When you go to Disneyland, I've been to the one in, I think, San Francisco. If you notice, everybody in that company that interacts with people, 98% of them, they have a smiley face. They are this kind of smiley face. Yeah. Because you cannot be in this travel industry and then this customer service. I just want to, they've already mentioned it, this customer service thing is how deep it is. So you can have the certificate, you can have the knowledge, but if you don't have this customer service thing, it's a soft skill. I think soft skills are even more important in this industry than even the technical skills. You will not be able to succeed. Let me give you an example, another very important example. Now, they also mentioned about sales. So for me, I would rather hire somebody that has customer service and has sales skills than somebody that is very proficient in GDS, that is very proficient in doing the job. I can employ those guys and send them to airport school. In 6 months, in 3 months, they're going to be experts. But these soft skills that I mentioned, they are those ones I have to teach you because some people are naturally rude. If you're a rude person, you cannot work in this industry. If an impatient person, you cannot work in this industry. So they've mentioned the rest. Technology is also very important. But to me, I want to just emphasize on these soft skills that Ajoke and Dr. Gide Boss mentioned. They are very, 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 very important. And to also just emphasize so that I wouldn't brush on this thing, I mentioned something that it is how you make the client feel. Booking, all those things, there are 101 ways for clients to book this thing. But how you make a person feel, that is how they're going to come back to you. So I don't want to emphasize that. Let me just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. David. Thank you so much. I've really learned. So everyone needs to have soft skills, that communicating skills, customer service skills, because it is how you make the client feel that will make them come back to you. Experience matters a lot because I'm giving you my money. I have to be very comfortable with the money that I'm giving to you. Thank you so much, Mr. David. So we've both talked about the skills, but I want us to talk about the challenges we face in this travels and tourism. Except you all are saying there's no challenges in this industry, like it's just a bed of roses. So, Mr. David, I'm going to start with you. What are these challenges we face in the travels and tourism industry?
if I start talking about the challenges, we're going to sleep here. That's why
Please, just 2
Dr.
minutes.
Gideon said that we have to do master class. The challenges are a
Of course,
lot.
we're going to
And
work towards it.
for we in Nigeria, it is even the challenges are double figure challenges.
Wow.
Of course, let us start with the local tourism. The local tourism in 2015, Sehems Travels was one of the first indigenous companies that started selling local tourism. I mean, I don't mean selling, I mean started discovering local tourism in the north, because that was where we came from. We came from Abuja in the north.
Oh.
Places like Kajuru Castle, places like Gora Waterfalls, all those places were places that we used to sell a lot. So from the Nigerian point of view, insecurity is finishing tourism in this country, because tourism in Nigeria is worth billions of dollars. But most of these places, even if we want to sell them, especially in the north, people will not go to those places because of insecurity. And these places are really, really lovely and nice and can compete with world-class standards. I mean, the waterfalls, the natural scapes there, you know, they are all there, but they are on tap because of insecurity. And of course, because government is not so interested in developing some of these places. So part of what I want to even do in 2026 as part of our CSR is to throw more light to some of these places, because there's some waterfalls in the north that even the state government is not aware about. I mean, like top waterfalls that can compete with other waterfalls in European countries that could travel all the way to go and explore. So government is really not interested in tourism in Nigeria. I like the work the Lagos government is doing, and kudos to them. But from the north, they need to do better. And then, of course, things like changes in visa requirements. Today you wake up, this visa policy has changed. US has changed from 5 years to 3 months, single entry. Dubai has given us a ban. So those things are challenges for us, you know, in this industry. And that is why you need to constantly update yourself. If you do not wake up in the morning and check for new trends in the industry, you are going to be obsolete. And that is why I always say that the professional of the 21st century is someone that is willing to unlearn, relearn. So everything that you have known yesterday, drop it and learn. That is why, again, I will also say collaboration is very, very, very important. So some of those changes are not. And then, of course, we know what Forex has done to us now. I was checking that my ticketing client was sending me our flight deal the other day. And flight from Nigeria to Dubai was 350,000 naira. Just less than how many years ago? Less than three years ago. How much is the same ticket? Over 1.5 million naira. It has quadrupled. So those are some of the major challenges that we face. And of course, the human part of it. As we said earlier, and I think all the speakers have mentioned it, if you do not have the heart for this business, if you are just in this business because you want money, this is the wrong business for you. You will not be able to sustain it. Because there are some things that you do and you will lose money, or some you win. Some clients will come, you will do the work, you will not get profit. You understand? So you need to have that heart for the business. That is why the people part of it is also a very, very difficult part, because you have staff that come in, you know, are trying to steal and do all that. But of course, by the grace of God, and when your heart is in the right place and with the right training, you can scale that. But those are, to me, some of the major issues that we face for both inbound and the outbound part of this business.
Thank you so much, Mr. David. I've learned a lot. I really like the fact that you said that we need to relearn, unlearn, because it's an evolving world. You wake up this morning and one thing has changed, so you can't be obsolete. Thank you so much. I think I'll put that into memory. Thank you so much, Mr. David. Dr. Taiwo, do you have any other thing to add, like the challenges? I know you have a lot of groups of companies. What are these challenges you face in this travel and tourism industry? Because a lot of people want to learn about it. It's not just about making money. I know the way you make money is the way you lose money, just the way Mr. David has said. So can you add any other thing to the challenges we face in the travels and tourism industry? Dr. Taiwo.
I'm with you. I will talk about the challenges, but I would rather make not call it a problem, because I love challenges personally, but I like to make opportunities out of challenges. Okay, so the truth remains that the the issue of insecurity, foreign exchange is actually not limited to Nigeria.
Yeah.
Okay, so insecurity is actually everywhere in the world. But I would like to let us know first of all that the case of the problem when it comes to the travel and tourism industry is enormous. Like Mr. David rightly said, starting with the case of on unpredictable and changes in the travel rules, the industry, the policies by the government, the weather disruptions, among many others. Talking about the thin profit margins, there are times that the competition is very tight. That's one of the challenges in the travel industry now. The competition is very tight. So it is now left to you as a professional to infuse human feel into your service. Because the truth remains that right now everybody can pick up their phone or any kind of device and they can get their tickets right by themselves in the twinkle of an eye. But because of the human feel, all right, they will still want to do business with you. So that's why I said I will see them as challenges, but always look for opportunities in the midst of those challenges. So that's the level of customer service that you must have. So another thing that we have as a challenge is the high customer expectation. Trust me, customers will call you that there was a time a customer called me that Taiwo, see, the airline canceled my flight. Am I the airline for crying out loud? Am I the weather? You can imagine. So the customer's expectations are quite high. But your ability to now calm down, be empathetic, and stuff like that, what will make the customers want to come back dealing with you? The challenge of cash flow instability, it's not something we can take out. It's been constant that you wake up today. Thank God it's actually better as of now. Yeah, because travel is seasonal and it's somewhat better than what it used to be. At least this year has been one of the most stable year in the last 5 years, if I'm not mistaken, that we have a stable exchange rate. And to an extent, it's actually dropped sometime this time last year. Dollar has skyrocketed to about 1,800 and something, 900 and something. You can imagine. So another challenge I also see, is that we depend so much on external partners. When I mean external partners, we do not have a local airline in Nigeria that fly to most destinations in the world. That's a major challenge that I see. Okay, but all thanks to the like of APs and the likes, who are now introducing certain destinations in the travel trade. Okay, so a lot of the challenges that we have, but most importantly, we just need to look for opportunities in the midst of those challenges. And most importantly, also, like I've said, we need to, like Mr. David also mentioned it, we need to go unlearn, relearn, and learn, unlearn, relearn, and apply. Because I talked about it yesterday. That's Lura. Learn, unlearn, relearn, and apply. So it's not just apply. It's not about learning, unlearn, and relearning alone. You must apply them, and that is where we can have a solution mindset. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taiwo. Thank you so much, Laura. Yeah. Thank you so much. All right, Mr. Joker, do you have any other things to add? Because we're about rounding off. We're running out of time.
Okay, let me just quickly add some things. You need to keep yourself updated. That is, you need to keep yourself updated to new trends, new informations in the travel industry. And another thing is joining some of these associations, because we have some of the associations in the travel industry, either the NANTA or NATOP, where informations are being passed across. And aside those platforms, we have some other platforms where some people, where some agencies, some people like Mr. David, I'm also on his platform. He has a platform where they drop informations, because without those informations, there are lots of things that will be happening. These online influencers, what they are doing to us, I'm not in support of most of the things they do online. They put out some informations that they are not meant to put out. Informations that are meant for travel companies. You just come one day and just say because you've traveled once, you now put it out there. You're going to Qatar. Qatar is $25. They do that. Go to social place. $10. You are there making, you are there writing all sorts of things. I saw one of recent whereby someone posted something about this AFCON ticket stuff. They said, you don't need to go through any agency, you don't need to do this, you can go to so portal, then apply for this, it's now free, you don't need to pay for this. If you want more information, write plug me. Lots of people writing plug me. I still think I even knew. I think plug me. You get plug me. There was this particular because we also service some agencies, that's some sub-agents rather. So there's particular sub-agents that reached out for this same thing. And I saw that she wrote plug me. I was like wondering, but you wrote plug me there. Why you not come back to us? Go and meet there and plug you now. You get so there's some information, especially visa information, are not information that they should be putting out there. They are not informations to be disclosed. Because if you keep doing things like this, you don't even know the people that are looking at you. Before you know it, they can just close border. Again, we have lots of countries that close border on us. Dubai, they've made it very difficult now. Yeah, Dubai was open, was easy for Dubai. Now it's very difficult. Now we have age restrictions for 30-day Dubai visa. It's not even nice. Lots of things keep happening. So those are the challenges I see, and these insecurities that Mr. David talked about. USD instability. Sorry, yes, dollar exchange rates. That one is another story for another day. It's really affecting our packages. Before, if you want to go to Dubai pack, we sold, I remember a particular year whereby we sold Dubai trips for I think 450,000 naira.
450,000. Yeah, I was part of that trip.
I had to go through my previous.
I've sold for 215 before. 175.
Imagine, depending on the airline, you get and then you use any airline. Now things like that are no longer. Whenever you look back, you just look back and like, wow. But the good thing is that we thank God that we are still standing. We are still standing. It's not even affecting us. You get. So there are lots of things that are affecting our businesses. Lots of challenges. Keep talking. Won't be able to finish up. In short, we will take longer time of your time, brother.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joke. I'm just going to ask this final question, and this will be like after this final question. I'm going to ask this final question. After this final question, everyone will say their parting words and how they are encouraging the newbies, people that want to come into this industry newly, what they need to do, how they need to survive in this industry, because I know it's not an easy industry. So the last question I'm going to ask is not for people that wants to go into travels and tourism. I have a lot of millennials that wants to travel, but they feel like it's very expensive to travel. So what is your advice to such millennials? How can millennials travel without having to break their bank? I, for one, I want to travel like 3 times in a year, but by the time you go on one trip, you already calculated the cost. It will take another 3 years to work for that money. So how do I sustain this lifestyle that I want to be? So can you just tell us, how can millennials survive this lifestyle without breaking their bank?
Okay, me, right?
I'm going to start with you, Mr. Joke, because you're already online.
Okay, good. So, sustainable travel doesn't have to be expensive, right?
Let's make it very, very short.
Yeah, it can be expensive. It doesn't need to be expensive. So they can enjoy eco-friendly trips while staying on budgets. You get. So for me, you can start locally, right? There are some places you can travel to locally. You can even try to build your travel history. When you are building travel history, you don't need to spend so much. You can travel within Nigeria. You can have some places you've not visited. There's this Kajuru Castle. I don't know if you've read about it. If not for all these security issues, right? Locally, you can travel locally. You can do regional trips. With that, you're not spending so much. Or you can also save towards your future trip. You can keep saving. Yes, if you save, by then you don't need to spend so much. Or you can reach out to companies that have seamless payment plan. That is small plan. So if you can do that, it's easier. You don't need to break the bank if you are doing that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. David.
Yeah. So
you said you travel to 35 countries. Please, you need to plug me.
That's the one I can remember. That's the one I
You
can
need to
remember.
plug me
We met
because
in Morocco,
you need
so
to
you're
plug
also
me.
traveling. So don't go there.
You need to plug me. You need to plug me because I want to. 35 countries. Whoa, that's a whole lot. So how do you do it? I know you already
Come
have
to
the
the health
company,
travels,
but
please.
how do you do it? How do you travel? I know you're already a CEO, you already have this money, but consider us that don't have money. How can we sustainably travel without breaking the bank?
Okay, so I will first start by saying traveling, it's not really about having so much money. It's about being smart about it. And there are a lot of things I can mention, but for lack of time, I'm just going to bring three. First of all, travel during off-peak periods. We all know that during summer period and during the ember months, travels are usually expensive. But you want to live off-peak periods like maybe March, um, June, April, and travel during the ember months or during maybe Easter or during December period. Of course, your tickets are going to be very expensive. So you can look at countries, you can look at your timing. And then number two, as Ajoke said, always remember to book your ticket ahead. For me, I have trips in 2026, and then will shock you that I've already booked my ticket already. I've booked them and I'm waiting. So when I'm traveling, and you now check the ticket for those days, and you see them for like maybe 2 million plus, but I've already booked mine way before, right? So always plan ahead. And then so some countries, another secret thing that takes a lot of money from travelers is visa fees, right? I always tell people that Rome was not built in a day. Start organically. Start with countries that are visa free. Countries like Kenya, Rwanda, and then the ones that have freer visa processes like Qatar, Singapore. Then build your travel history before you now start going to maybe the Schengen countries, UK, Canada, and US. That way, you're not going to have visa denials because some of these visa fees are up to $300. $300 in naira is over up to 450,000 naira in today's exchange rate. You're going to lose a lot of money. And then when you travel, learn to explore local food. I was in Singapore last month and I was eating their local food and it was a lot cheaper. It was a whole lot cheaper. But you want to go to a foreign country and you want to go and eat continental meals, of course, it's going to be very, very expensive. And then things like accommodation options. Of course, we have the five-star hotels. If you have money like Esther, as she said, you can go and explore the five-star hotels. But of course, there are other cheaper options like the Airbnbs, the shared options, and that. And then traveling in groups also decreases your cost. Of course, we have Gidibos is here, I am here, Ajoke is here. We all have group travels. We have group packages that we are currently selling. We even have group packages till April that we're currently selling. So to travel on a budget, just subscribe to one of our group packages. For example, you can have shared accommodation in those packages. You can have shared transportation. You can have shared meals, and it drops your cost by almost three, divided by three. So some of these things are very, very important to help you to, mitigate or cut down costs in your trips. And another thing that I noticed that can take away so much of your expenditure is transportation in that country. Exactly. So you travel to places like US or Canada or Schengen, and instead of taking maybe trains, a train from London from one city to another could be as low as maybe 10 pounds. And same destination on an Uber will be up to 100 pounds. So you are saving exactly. So these are some of the things that you need to put together to travel. So for me, traveling is not about having lots of money. It's about being smart, budgeting, and also planning ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like the fact that you said we should try local food. I think I'll take that into consideration and try local foods. Thank you so much, Mr. David. I've really, really learned a lot from you today. Dr. Gidi, boss, Dr. Taiwo. Dr. Taiwo.
Yeah, I'm very much with you.
I know you're a world traveler. Please tell us, we don't have money, how we can travel without breaking the bank.
All right, the whole lot has been said, and as a matter of fact, they've given you at least acts on how to get to travel cheap. Starting with the seasons, starting with the travel locally, traveling as a group and all of that. That's basically what you need. So what I'll just leave as a closing remark is to first let us know that travel doesn't begin with a ticket. It starts with a decision, right? So a decision to see more, a decision to learn more, and a decision to become more, because travel is actually the only thing you buy that makes you richer, right? So, and you don't need to spend a fortune to do that. Start with one nearby city. Ajoke mentioned earlier, some people have not even visited what is in Ibadan. Badagry is in Lagos State here. A lot of people have not even known what is in Lagos. There are a lot of places you can explore on the highland of Lagos, but a lot of people do not know. Do you know there's a Brazilian museum on the highland in Lagos State? A lot of people do not know. We have the National Museum. We have a lot of places. What we go to look for in Sokoto is actually in our Sokoto. Okay? So one cultural experience, one road trip with friends are all you need to start with. Okay? It's not until you travel to UK, to travel to Australia, you travel to Canada before you can say you have traveled. It's about how you package and you tell your stories that does matter. Okay? So from small journeys will come big memories. From small budgets will come creative adventures. And travel is not about being wealthy. It's about your willingness to do it. So I tell somebody who is listening to us today that you should go out there and explore without fear and without breaking the bank. The world will meet you halfway when you start where you are. Thank you for listening. And
thank you so much, Dr. Taiwo. Thank you so much, Dr. Taiwo. This is really amazing. So can you all speakers help us drop your handles? Because I know I have a lot of millennials that would want to reach out to you all after this session. Because millennials, you know we can't finish this today. So if you have questions, you want to reach out to Dr. Taiwo, you want to reach out to Mr. David, you want to reach out to Mr. Joke, they are going to drop their handles. So after the session, you can reach out to them. They are very, very welcoming. Dr. Gidibos is very welcoming. Mr. David, ignore his face, it's very, very welcoming. Oh, Mr. Jokesh is a lovely soul, she's very welcoming. So guys, please just drop your handle so that millennials can reach out to you after the session. And once again, I want to say thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Gidibos. Thank you, Mr. Joke. Thank you, Mr. David, for sharing a lot out of your expertise. It's really, I know a lot of people pay for this, but you gave it to us freely. And for this, on behalf of Business Day, we want to say thank you so much. And we hope to have you next time when we'll look into that masterclass you've talked about. And definitely we're calling you all speakers into that masterclass because it was an amazing and interesting session today. I really want to say thank you, everyone, and please enjoy the rest of your day. Once again, my name is Esther Owari, and I work with Business Day. Nice to have you guys on board. Thank you so much, guys. Bye. Have a lovely weekend, and Merry Christmas in advance, and a Happy New Year.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis